All right. I think everything is good. At least I think so. Starting these things off can be a little bit shaky at times. All right. I was actually just watching some God of War rap. In fact, it's actually still on my TV. Um I really enjoy this story and the characters is in it. And I guess I've been watching a lot more of it because of the whole situation with the God of War Laufey situation. A lot of people talking about that, and that's not going to change. You know what I'm saying? So, but hey, what's up? What's up, Jules? I'm chilling. Yeah, I I wanted to do something late last night, but I just ended up falling asleep. But before that, I was testing out a couple of demos on Xbox. A couple of demos from the I think they were from the Summer Game Fest because I think they were like 40 or 30 demos that was available to try. I'm pretty sure some of them are on PlayStation as well. So I was kind of messing around with them. Some of them were pretty cool. Uh, but yeah, so I went out, got a little bite to eat, got my little 2 Celsius drinks, which I only got in one left. And but the I would say like the genesis of this right now is because of just there's just so many things going on uh within the industry right now that I think that there're just so many people that are like they have a lot of influence, they have a very sizable platform, but many of them just really, I mean, it's not the first time I'm talking about this, but I just can't see myself not discussing this because it means a lot to me. And I'm the type of person where, I don't need to be agreed with, but I do want to be correct. And I want to try to give people perspectives that are as accurate as can humanly deliver. And a lot of times what I tend to see, I tend to see and read people, they'll push on certain talking points, but they don't really understand what they're pushing. Like for instance, I had this analogy, for instance, if you were trying to build something, let's just say if you're trying to, I'm using this as an example to try to help people understand where I'm coming from. Let's just say if you are going to build something and you need certain parts. Well, you find out where to get the parts to build whatever you're trying to build. So okay, so now you have everything you need. Now you need to build it. That part right there is what I see a lot of people on social media. They'll go and find articles from other people talking about a particular something in gaming. So they have the piece. And then what ends up happening is when it comes time for them to give their take on what they have read, it falls apart because they don't comprehend what they're looking at. People have been saying, why is Xbox, for instance, here's the main one right now. Why is Xbox going back to exclusives? That's something that people are really, they don't really know. Uh People are saying that I have heard, for instance, the reports of why is Gears of War no longer coming to PlayStation, but there are other Xbox centric games that are still multi-platform. People don't understand why. And I've seen a few people that had some decent takes, but for the most part, most people don't, you know? And so yeah. So I just wanted to kind of break that down, and because I can understand somebody really not understanding. You know, I have seen reports that Microsoft or Asha Sharma she pretty much canceled the PlayStation version at the last minute, based on what people have been saying in different reports, that the actual game was, was on the server, and I guess all they had to do was flip a switch and, kind of deliver. But I think people really need to understand this. I feel it's very simple. The upcoming Halo game, it doesn't have multiplayer. It's a remaster of the very first Halo game. It is my belief that Microsoft is looking to jumpstart the franchise again, given the fact that the Halo franchise, it's seen better days. Let's just say that. So the problem with this is when you are contractually obligated to fulfill a specific something from one company to another, there's a contract. And if you breach that contract, there are certain penalties, likely monetarily, financially. I just recently saw another report, which didn't surprise me, that Microsoft, they actually wanted to cancel a few other games that were heading toward PlayStation. But they did not want to run the risk of breaching all of those additional deals, because it would cost a lot of money. This is something that is not unique to gaming. This is business in general. This is the reason why I critique people, gamers specifically, that they don't really understand how business works. I understand we love video games, we love pressing our buttons and love playing our stories, but at the heart of it all, it is business. And based on what I have been seeing and I've been reading on Reddit 2.0, or should I say Twitter, many people don't understand how this works. They just don't. And it becomes frustrating to me that many of these people, they have large fucking platforms. They have tons of followers. So what ends up happening is they end up pushing information that they don't really know what they're talking about. And then what ends up happening is the casual gamer or just a random person, they look at this, they get influenced by this, and they think this is the way things are. That's my problem. I can't stand that. And this is the reason why I blame a lot of the larger creators. I blame a lot of the larger influencers, because it becomes a situation of the blind leading the blind. Many of these people still actually believe, and just to take this even further back, they believe that Microsoft, for instance, went after Activision Blizzard because they wanted Call of Duty. They actually believe that. So when I have observed many of these people for several months and reading their outrageous takes on Twitter, it makes my head want to explode. People bitching and complaining about, oh, Game Pass at the time increased by $10 fucking dollars. Oh, it's $30. Okay. I saw everybody complain about that. People complaining that, oh, Xbox is porting games to PlayStation. I'm bringing all of this up to establish something that people refer to as pattern recognition. People bring up these situations, and based on how they have engaged, what they have commented on, the videos I've seen come from these topics, it makes me want to bury my fucking head into a brick wall. Many of the things that has gone on in the video game industry, I am beyond convinced that the vast majority of people don't know. Like, for instance, with the Activision Blizzard thing, Microsoft could give two fucks about Call of Duty. They never cared about Call of Duty. It was never about Call of Duty. Call of Duty was like the cherry on the sundae. It was like sort of saying, hey, I want 10 things. oh, well, if I get this, I get this extra thing as well. It's a cherry on the sundae. That's all that was. But that's not what I hear. All I've heard is Call of Duty this, Call of Duty that. And what many people tend to not recognize is that at the time of that Activision Blizzard deal, Call of Duty as a franchise at that time was not at its best. It was not. Any Call of Duty fan would know this. But we're led to believe that the primary reason why Microsoft spent $69 billion for Activision Blizzard was Call of Duty. What? So it's things like that that prove to me that people have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. They actually believe that. And it's something that has been pushed day after day, week after week, month after month. And that's only one example. That's one example. And so, you know, I'm going to try to engage with the chat as best as I can, but I don't think it does a service here because I don't want to get too distracted from the certain points. I'm going to try to stay on topic as much as I can for the few, because I know I'm no Asmongold. I'm not going to have many people here, but I just hope that what I am saying is going to open up some people's eyes onto why business is conducted the way it is. This goes for fighting games. This goes for RPGs. Every single thing in the gaming industry, in the gaming space, a lot of what you see is influenced by certain aspects of business, making that bottom line, making that money, increasing market share, that percentage, establishing, or should I say, reaching a brand new audience, which is largely what is done in fighting games via guest characters and shit like that. All of this is connected. The uglification of female characters. When you look at the male character counterparts on how they'll take a male character, like if you've ever played Cyberpunk 2077, they take Idris Elba, which I've never played the DLC yet, but he's in Cyberpunk 2077. If you look at the scan of Idris Elba's face, you can literally see that is Idris Elba. If you look at what they've done with Keanu Reeves, you can see his in-game character model is Keanu Reeves. But yet and still, when you look at the flip side, when you look at the female side of things, you have abominations. Despite the fact that many of the female actresses that are voicing and doing the motion capture of these characters, when it comes time to render their likeness, it's absolute shit. So these are the things that I speak about on my channel. It's not all about me mashing buttons like everybody else does, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with mashing a few buttons. We're all gamers here. However, I take it a step further because I want to understand why are things the way they are. So when I go to seek information, when I go onto the dreaded website that's Twitter, and I see the amount of people that clearly have no idea what the fuck they're talking about, but yet and still they're pushing this narrative that, oh, it's not a big deal. Oh, it's not really happening. Oh, you're just exaggerating. They are downplaying, or they themselves are completely ignorant and complicit with what's going on. Some people may say, well, what's the big deal? You ever heard of this, not a situation, but there's an old saying where if you ignore the little things, over time, those little things become larger things. Not every time in any industry, a company is going to dump a massive bomb on the fan base, the fandom, the people. A lot of times they're doing it subliminally. They're tweaking a character here. They're changing aspects of the story over there. They're doing a race swap. They're doing a gender swap. They do these things incrementally to where, from their perspective, their data probably reflects that people begin to accept the subtle changes over the course of time, as opposed to just dumping it all on people in one shot. So now I will admit, me speaking about any of this, it's not easy. And the reason why this is not easy is because, one, let me just illustrate something real quick. You see this right here? I have no notes. There is nothing here, no teleprompter, nothing. This is all me. That's why this is difficult. So I don't use the typical, like, I'm not trying to act like I'm fucking CNN and being fake on camera, which is what I see a lot of these content creators do, which is why a lot of them, I don't fucking respect them and I really don't watch them. So that's why kind of speaking about this is difficult, because there's so much to cover. There is so much to cover. And it's going to appear like I'm all over the place. I'm scatterbrained because it's all connected. But if you really want to track things that's going on in the gaming industry to the source, it really stems politically and agenda ridden by certain interest groups that's trying to push a certain narrative. If you trace it all the way back, that's where it comes from. Unfortunately, many people, they don't grasp this. We have seen in in society, because I live here in the United States, so if you're in a different country, it might be a little different for you, but here in the United States, there are a lot of different agendas going on when it comes to the alphabet community, with homosexuals, transsexual, and stuff like that. And we're seeing a significant rise in their mental illness being infused into gaming and even TV shows and movies. It's all over the fucking place. But if you are a gamer, that probably is what only matters to you. But I'm letting people know that this is something that is widespread. When you look at the feminist movement, where they want to replace male characters with female girl bosses, that's something different. Because the reason why I say it's different is, it's not the issue of creating a female character that's capable, that's strong. No, that's not what's happening in most cases. What they're doing is they're taking an already established franchise and they're replacing the male character, and they're going to say, oh, well, this is just a side thing. We're going to come back. Like, for instance, what Santa Monica Studios has said recently about this whole wife of war situation, they said, well, don't worry, there's going to be more stories to tell about Kratos. But you choose to deviate from this character to tell the story you want to tell. Because I can tell you right now, there was really, and I made a funny joke the last stream, and I said there's like 5 people in the nosebleed section that actually wanted this phase story. Now, I know I'm exaggerating. I know it's probably more than 5 people, but I say that just to kind of be a little bit funny and realistic at the same time, because I'm quite sure if I were to do a massive poll across the entire world on what do people who love God of War, what do they want, I am willing to wager any amount of money that the majority of the people around planet Earth, if you asked them what they wanted for the next God of War game, I can guarantee you it was not fucking Faye. I can guarantee you that. However, taking that particular stance, that opens me up to you're misogynist, you hate women, you hate female characters. So that's just something I can't escape. I can't escape that, because unless you're willing to go and be in line with the bullshit, you are the enemy of them. See, even in my perspective, I am an Xbox guy, right? I don't have PlayStation. I have not owned a PlayStation for a long time. But I played the original God of War games, and that franchise was built off the back of Kratos. There is no denying this. This is not the same. And what I really want to express here is this particular point, because there's an argument that many of these people bring up, and I'm going to shut this down right now. They will use examples like the upcoming game Control Resonant. If you don't know, it's a game, I've mentioned this in a prior stream, where the first game was a female protagonist, and now the upcoming sequel is a male protagonist. So the defenders and the shills, they're using games like that to basically support their argument, saying, well, look, if you have an issue with Faye taking over the role of Kratos or whatever, well, what about Control? The first game was a female, now it's being replaced by a male. That is, see, I know this is the angle people want to take. And not just Control. If you even look at Ghosts of Tsushima, the first game was a male, and then it was changed to a female. The difference here, is those two franchises, as great as they are, Ghosts and Control, they are very new. This is literally their second game, for both franchises. We are looking at God of War, which is a 20-year franchise. There is a difference there that people don't want to acknowledge. You have created and built up this franchise off of the back of one character, Kratos, for 20 years. These people are trying to compare that to two different franchises that are only entering their second game. Like, right here, and I'm hoping that some of you are understanding where I'm coming from here, and those that do, believe me, I appreciate it. There is a big difference there. There is a big difference there. But people, they're using that as an excuse. And I'm not going to lie, it is a very good tactic. It's a very good tactic, because on the surface, they are right. On the surface, if you look at it from the surface view, they are correct. The second Control Resonant game is going to be changed to the first character's, which was a female, to her brother. So that is it's a very smart talking point. It is. I'm not going to lie, because I do try to be fair, but then, unfortunately for those people, I don't do much surface level here. I tend to go deeper. And when you dive deeper, you recognize that Control, again, this is their second game. How many games is there in God of War? I lost count, but I think it's over 10 at this point. It might even be more. We're talking about a franchise that's 20 years. So while that is a good talking point to make that comparison, it falls on its face. It's comparing apples and oranges because God of War has an actual heritage. It has become Kratos has become synonymous with that franchise, whether you like it or not. No different, since for those people who might want to say, "Oh, you're being misogynistic." To you people out there, I can say the same thing about Tomb Raider. When you think of Tomb Raider, what character comes to mind? I believe it's Lara Croft. I also believe that's a female. I also believe that too is a 20, it might even be older than 20 years. So I guess I should look forward to the next to a Tomb Raider game that has a male lead, shouldn't I? maybe when they did that Tomb Raider game, they did the survival trilogy, and you had that character named Jonah. Maybe they should have gave him his own game. Maybe we should have did the backstory of Jonah on how she met or how he met Lara Croft. I mean, if we're gonna be fair, right? Because from what I understand, Tomb Raider has had some male side characters, antagonists and such. I remember that. Where's their main game? Where is their main game? Where is their backstory? So, look, I just want to be clear here. I want to be clear. I have not said that the God of War Laufey game, I'm not saying that the game is shit. I don't say it's a bad game. I could nitpick on some of the animations. I feel that she looks a little bit floaty when it comes to her movement on the ground within the environment, but that's really me being nitpicky and diving deep into what I personally like to see about from a third-person viewed game. I personally like to see a character that looks more rooted into the background and not look like she's on top of the ground. There's a difference. That's the thing that I really appreciate from games like God of War. I'm not God of War, Gears of War, where when you're moving the character, you can actually visually see that they have weight into the ground. And it doesn't necessarily mean because they're wearing armor. There are other games where I've seen this as well. But when I look at God of War Laufey, if I'm really being nitpicky about it, it just looks like when I see her strafing from side to side, it doesn't look like the character is really firmly rooted into the ground. But hey, they have some time to make changes. But at the end of the day, I'm not complaining about the game itself. What I am saying is that I firmly believe that game should have been a DLC. And somehow, with me saying this, I did not. I'm dumbfounded. I'm flabbergasted. I'm mind fucked that me saying that something should be a DLC. I'm confused that people take that as a disrespect. People take that as some sort of a dig. Some people take that as like, how dare you? There have been many great DLCs in gaming history. There have been some DLCs where shit, it was even better than the main fucking game. So I don't see how people can look at my calling for God of War Laufey to be a DLC, a lengthy DLC, as a dig, as a disrespect. I don't see how. I just don't. I don't understand. But then again, what I do understand is that we each have our own preferences. We each have our own things that we like to see. And that's fine. You know, some of you, even in the chat, some of you guys are a PC elitist or PC master race. Some of you guys are Xbox guys. Some of you guys are PlayStation fans. Some of you guys have preferred games. We each have our own thing. I am not somebody that, or at least I try not to, I'm not somebody that puts down somebody's preferences. If you like, if you're one of those people that you can't wait to play God of War Laufey, Godspeed. I hope the game is everything that you want it to be for you. I hope it is. My position has always been, and it will remain this way, that based on the pedigree, based on the history of Kratos within the God of War franchise, a 20-year franchise, to give this particular character her own game under the God of War franchise name, I don't agree with that. I do not agree with this. I just don't. That my disagreement of the implementation of the Faye character, that does not mean I am putting down the Faye character. I think that's the connection people don't seem to understand. I have seen people criticize me for calling this game to be a DLC. It's like they're looking at me as if I'm saying that the character is not capable, or the character is shit, or this. It's like it gets very frustrating trying to express my point in tweets and in comments on prior videos. So this is why I try to take to a live stream to try to kind of yap about it, with the hope that those same people will understand that I am not putting the game down per se. I just don't believe that this story demanded a mainline entry into itself. That's it. That's all I'm saying. If the game was shit and looked like it, I would 100, believe me, anybody that's been subscribed to me, they should know I don't bite my tongue. If I felt the game was of poor quality and it was absolutely god awful, believe me, I would roast the living hell out of it. But I just cannot say that this game, this character, her story deserve to be a full game. I just don't believe it. Now, I understand why they're going this direction, and this kind of goes back to certain agendas, certain narratives that people want to push in the gaming space. I do believe, and this is just my belief, and I'm coming to this conclusion based on what I've seen from television, from movies, and some video games, that deep down, Santa Monica Studios, they want to replace Kratos. I do believe that. I do believe that. 100%, I do believe it. But they know if they go that direction too fast, they are going to be destroyed. So remember what I said very early on. I said many of these people, they do things incrementally. They do things very subtly and over time. So what they're looking to do is they decided to go make this game. They're going to push this game. And if you notice the way they wrote this character, you notice how they wrote this character to be like an equal to Kratos? Probably even better than Kratos. That was a purposeful decision. Because like I said, deep down, they want to replace this character. They want to replace him. This is why they're wanting to establish this character in the way they're doing so and did not want to do a DLC. Because if they did a DLC, let me explain something to people. I want to just kind of illustrate this right here. When you have a franchise that has been for a long time been one particular guy, Kratos has been the guy. If you make DLCs highlighting certain characters within like this is a DLC, we as the audience have the understanding that while the character may be cool, the character is still underneath Kratos. We understand that. I hope you guys understand that point. Maybe I need to rephrase it for some of you. And just to kind of be clear, this is one of the reasons why I believe they did not want to make this situation, this game, a DLC. Because deep down, they want to replace Kratos. If they were to have made this game a DLC, which is what they should have done, but if they went that direction, them creating Faye and telling her story, it would still put her underneath Kratos because it's still going to be viewed as a Kratos game. She is just a DLC part of it. Maybe I'm not articulating it the best way, but like I said, this is all off the top of my head, so I'm hoping this is understood. Now, because this is her full game, this is their way of establishing this character as being an equal to Kratos. Even dare say maybe aspects of her that's better than Kratos. Oh, look, she can jump. She can do all the things that Kratos can't. They're positioning her as the upgrade to Kratos. They're doing it in a very subtle way. And many people do not see this because it's happening very, very slight. They're doing it in a very, very small, subtle way. I've seen this done in movies and I've seen this done in TV shows, and they're following the blueprint for this. Ask yourself this. Ask yourself this. What would happen? What would happen if they released this game with this Faye character? And let's just hypothetically, let's just say if they called the game Laufey. Or whatever they want to call it, but it did not have God of War in the title. I'm wondering, what do you people in the chat, what do you people think would happen to this game if they called it something that had no mention of God of War in the title? What do you think would happen with this game? I'm just kind of curious. I'll try to look to see if anybody answers. Again, it is my belief, and I'm being clear on this. It is my belief, based on what I've seen over the years on how these companies operate. It is, again, my belief that Santa Monica Studios and maybe even Sony themselves, they are trying to create a replacement to Kratos. And they are using this game as a testing ground for that. This explains to me why this is not a DLC. Because if it was a DLC, any character that is a DLC does it's kind of hard to explain. It's like it's kind of like you're striking it. It's sort of like you're striking it on your own, but you're still under your parents. It's like you're still living at home with your parents. You have a job, you're making money, but you're still living at home. But when you leave out and you get your own apartment or your own game, it's a little different. This is what I see. I can't unsee this. They are a lot of times, and this is something that's very important for you guys to understand. A lot of times across different industries, they do something, I forgot the actual term, but they do shock testing. Not like electroshock, but they gauge the public opinion. This is why certain things, whether it's a movie, if you look at the abomination that's coming out, if you follow movies, called The Odyssey, if you've heard of this, that where they're changing what's her name, the Helen of Troy, into a black woman, and they're having Achilles being played by a tranny. If you look at these sort of things, it's all connected. This is why I said, maybe for those of you that are probably just joining this stream, I said earlier, all of this is connected. All of this is connected. Whatever these things that you see that's happening in your shows, your movies, your video games, believe me, it is all connected. When you look at, believe me, if you look at the situation that's going on with Marathon and Destiny 2, you see how Destiny 2 was canceled, or they stopped working on it, but they wanted to push Marathon. There are so many things that's going on in the gaming industry that people just don't quite have the understanding of why certain things are shifting. I just learned not too long ago of the phenomenon, I guess you'd call it, of bisexual lighting, the purple hue of lighting. I've learned about that. I've seen people post pictures on certain aspects of the upcoming Halo game where you have a little purpley aura in the cover art, but if you look at the original Halo game, there is none. So, like I said, I'm gonna be all over the place with this, but it's just, there's just so many things to cover and so many things to talk about. Uh, it's like, look, man, it's not easy, and I see all of it. You know, trying to explain to people why Gears of War is an Xbox exclusive, trying to explain why God of War should have been a DLC, but then understanding why it's not a DLC because they wanted to position this character Faye to be the new Kratos replacement. Believe me, there is so much things that's happening. I gotta admit, this is not an easy stream for me to do because I know that it looks like I'm just going from one thing to the next. I know it's not, I'm not structured in this. I apologize. I am somebody that has a lot of information, and I am doing this live with all manner of fuck ups included. So, you know, cut me a little slack. But I will say beyond a shadow of a doubt that I do know more than the average person. And it's my, I guess you could say it's my aim to try to pass on the information that I do have. And if I need to, I will research shit live during this stream for you guys to kind of make your own decision if you don't want to take my word for it. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that at all. So I do appreciate those of you that are here, I could probably take some questions. Maybe, I mean, shit, I would like, maybe a few super chats here and there. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? Help a brother out. But I will say that when it comes to what's going on with Microsoft, what's going on with God of War Laufey, what's going on with PlayStation, I have a lot of answers. But me delivering everything, it's not going to be easy because I'm just one guy. This is a live stream. I'm probably going to be bouncing back and forth from different topics. But I want to, I guess, since I was starting with God of War, just to kind of wrap this up and so I can move on to the next thing, I believe, again, that God of War Laufey is Santa Monica Studios and Sony's attempt to gauge public perception and reaction to a possible replacement for Kratos. That is my personal opinion. That is my personal opinion. I have seen this too many times. When I watched an interview that was done by the game director, I believe her name was Ariel Lawrence. And in that interview where she was sitting across from Cory Barlog, she pretty much said that I'm paraphrasing it, but she says that we're bringing back the ability to jump. And so Faye is basically going to do what Kratos was not able to do, whatever. We're going back and we're adding this. And now on the surface, you would think, okay, well, this is a good thing. She has a different play style and whatever, and that's fine. That's not inherently wrong, but you have to also look at the wider lens on this. Why was this not a DLC? The answer, the reason why this was not a DLC is because they want to position this character Faye as an equal, maybe even in some respects even superior to Kratos. This is why she was written the way she was. This game development cycle of God of War Laufey started many years ago. This is not something they just pulled out of their ass yesterday. Much like we have been hearing on what was it? What's her name? What's that chick's name? Alana Pierce. Alana Pierce, she done some work on the game about 4 or 5 years ago. So that information broke. We kind of know that. So that goes to show you how long they have been creating this particular game. In some respects, you could probably even argue and say that, yo, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that, Gandrelon. That's a cool name. I appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, man. I appreciate that, man. You know, that warms my soul. I appreciate that. Because believe me, I made sure I got a jug full of water, so my mouth is to fucking get off my chest like. So this game was likely being created along the same time as God of War Ragnarok, because Ragnarok came out. Oh, Uzaris. Oh, what's up? Oh shit, you changed your name. So they kind of already had the what's the term? The roadmap. Santa Monica Studios and Sony, they already had the roadmap of where they want this franchise to go moving in the future. So they realized that Kratos is still big money. They realize that Kratos is still bringing in money and very popular amongst the fans, but they deep down, they want a replacement. And Faye is his replacement. I'm telling you right now, Faye is Kratos's replacement. Make no mistake about it. I'm sorry to be the person that's breaking the news, but this is what's going to happen. Now, the only way this won't come to pass is if, and I mean if, the fandom of God of War, if they unanimously shit on this. That's how these things change. If that doesn't happen, slowly but surely, what you're going to see the narrative and the spotlight go further and further and further away from Kratos to this character, or somebody, or some other female character, whichever one. But right now, I think they're focusing on Faye because they've invested a lot of time in creating this character. Like, if you really think about it, the whole story of, and this is what some people argue, the whole story, the premise of God of War 2018 revolved around this dead character. It didn't revolve around the Kratos's bonding of his son. No, that was in the backdrop. The main motivator of God of War 2018 was to deal with a dead woman and to pass on her ashes at the highest peak of some mountain or what have you. That's what it was. Everything else was kind of like, it was secondary. That was not, and I'm really kind of diving into something that I don't know many people speak about or even they paid attention to. Ask yourself, why was the plot of God of War 2018 revolving around that? Why? Why didn't they just simply focus on the relationship between father and son? Not to say they didn't, but that wasn't really the primary reason. It wasn't. That was not the primary mover. There are some God of War fanatics and nerds out there that do know this, but not many. I haven't come across many that have really dived deep into this. I want to bring another game into this because when it comes to controversy, we can definitely, I can bring up Witcher 4 with Ciri. That's its own separate controversy. But I think it's also very important to bring in Gears of War, because I think if you have an open mind and if you are patient and let me cook, let me land, what I'm about to say, it might change your thinking. So when you look at Gears of War and you look at God of War, if you look at what's been happening for both franchises, and they're both flagship franchises. If you look at what's happening, both franchises were both male dominated, both testosterone fueled, but along the way, both franchises, their protagonists are essentially being set aside for a woman in their own franchise. Does anybody, I don't know if people really see this. So I want to take a moment quick, and I'm going to juxtapose this with God of War. For those that have played Gears of War, you know that Gears of War is a band of brothers sure, you had Anya Stroud, which was the female character and the love interest of Marcus Phoenix, but it was a band of brothers. It was a game about men behind enemy lines, sacrifice, duty, honor, and so on and so forth. Now, the trilogy ends. I don't talk about Judgment because many people don't like Gears of War Judgment. But now when we understand that Cliff Bleszinski, I don't know the full story, but he was either fired or replaced or what have you. I don't really know the full story, but eventually Epic Studios ends up selling the Gears of War IP to Microsoft. Microsoft then creates the Coalition team to focus on Gears of War. And now their first game being Gears of War 4. On the cover of that game, and I've done this before, but you know what? I want to actually illustrate this in real time. So I'm just going to show it in real time. Uno momento. Hold on for a second. Hold on. Don't go nowhere. I want to show this. It's very important. Very, very, very important. All right. Hold on. Because we want to do things. We want to do things live. Here. All right. So, turn on my light. This game right here, Gears of War 4. Yeah, I'm bringing out the hard copies. You're led to believe that this guy was the main character of Gears of War 4. You're led to believe this. You were bait and switched. Because really, the main character is this character right here. If you could see her right there, this right here, she is the main character of Gears of War. And this, in my opinion, is what they're doing with God of War Laufey. They are looking to establish a new character. For those who don't understand, and probably didn't play Gears of War 4, you're introduced to JD Phoenix, this guy that's on the cover. I mean, you would think that this is the main guy because he's front and center on the fucking cover, right? Well, the guy, for those who've played Gears of War 4, you would know that he was very aloof. He was very silly. He wasn't like a comedy act, but he wasn't as grounded and as serious as Marcus Phoenix. Now, you can argue and say, well, they're two different people, and that's a fair thing. But to be quite honest, if you look at the game, and or should I say, if you play the game or just watch the cutscenes of that game, you'll know that a lot of the seriousness came from the girl, Kate Diaz. You'll learn that she kind of was the one that was really driving the plot along. I mean, she kind of was. Then what ends up happening in Gears 5? They put her on the cover of the game, and then they removed, or should I say they placed what's his name in the background. That's what they ended up doing. Now, I don't know about you, but I am somebody that recognizes pattern recognition, and I can't help but see this is what's going on with God of War. With God of War, they're taking this Faye character, giving her her own game. Oh, and they're making it, oh, well, she's in the afterlife. Okay. What is she going to do there? She's fucking dead. So what's the point? I mean, like, I'm sure there's going to be a story, but, was this really important enough to really tell for a full game for her? No. However, because they want to establish this character, a dead character, mind you, like even just look at that. Look at that. The character's dead. So why are we giving her her own game? Like, you know, like, so it becomes, it's hard for me to not see the comparison. And then again, going back to Gears of War, you have a game called Gears Tactics. Now, Gears Tactics is very interesting. Many of you probably never played Gears Tactics. I've watched the cutscenes of that game, and let me just tell you, Gears Tactics is based on the father of Kate Diaz. Why would you create a Gears Tactics game and you're focusing on the father of a character that's in Gears that is not Marcus Phoenix or not his son? Does anybody ever think of that? Like, I don't think anybody, I don't think I've ever come across anybody that has ever spoken about this. And it's probably because there were probably not many people that played Gears of War Tactics, which I think was a pretty good game if you enjoy that, you know, CRPG style gameplay. So right then and there, they are looking to really establish Kate Diaz as the new main protagonist of Gears of fucking War. That's what they are looking to do. And now with the backlash of Gears of War 5, what did Coalition and Microsoft decide to do? We're going to break glass in case of emergency, and we're going to bring out Gears of War E-Day, going back to Marcus and Dom. And I've said this many times, when was the last time, and I want to ask anybody in the chat, especially the lurkers, don't be afraid. It's safe to speak in my chat. I have some good people in the chat that are welcoming. So if you're lurking, you know, I'm not going to bite your head off. You know what I'm saying? But when have there ever been a trilogy, whether it's movies or video games, where instead of finishing your trilogy, you are deciding to bring out an entirely different game that's a prequel to everything that has come before? When have you ever seen that done? I don't recall ever a time where that has happened. That's why when I saw the announcement of Gears of War E-Day, and I was like, wait a second, shouldn't the next game be Gears 6? I mean, we went from 4, Gears 5, and now we're going to Gears E-Day? Does anybody not notice this? Like, you know, I just thought that was kind of odd. Because E-Day is something that is a part of the Gears of War narrative, the story. For anybody that is familiar with Gears of War, you have E-Day and you also have the Pendulum Wars. Those are two separate events that has occurred before the very first Gears of War 1. So at any point in time, either of those games could have been made, but you decide to release it in between 5 and 6. Maybe their experiment with Kate Diaz of trying to have her replace Marcus and his son, maybe it didn't go as well as they had hoped. So now we go back to God of War, Laufey. And I'm sorry, I can't help but not see the same thing happening there. And if you notice, if you've been following things, Santa Monica Studios, I think some people have made the mention that they're doing damage control already by assuring fans that, oh wait, there's going to be more Kratos games coming in the future. Yeah, I'm sure there will be. However, we know that, or shall I say, I know that what you really want to do, you really want to usher in this new character to replace him. That's what you really want to do. And I'm sorry, not sorry, I see that. Because again, I see I have a few people that joined the stream just now, and I'll just ask people, for those lurkers, hopefully they'll say something, you know, maybe they're just afraid to talk in the chat. I don't know. But you usually don't see massive changes that happen right away. Usually things happen over the course of time in a very small way. Very small, very subtle. That's like where you get the old adage of you take an inch, no, you give an inch, they take a mile. It's kind of like that, you know? And it's just something that I've been seeing many, many times. And this is the reason why I bring up, you know, Gears of War 4 right here, because it was a bait and switch. You're led to believe that this guy is the main character of this new trilogy moving forward, when it is in reality the small woman off to his side. That is the main character of Gears of War. And I've even said that the story of Gears 6, in fact, let me spoil. I want to do this real quick. So indulge me a little bit. I am going to spoil what the ending of Gears of War 6 is going to be. Gears of War 6 is going to realize Kate Diaz as becoming the new Locust Queen. And it's going to involve the people that's around her trying to, you know, urge her to not give in, not become this monster. JD Phoenix is going to get very emotional. There's going to be a scene where everybody is fighting for their lives. It's going to be Kate Diaz and JD Phoenix off to the side while Marcus Phoenix and everybody are fighting the enemy. And then what's going to happen is eventually Kate Diaz is going to succumb to the influence of becoming the new Locust Queen. And then Marcus is going to pan his attention over to where they're talking. He's going to see that there's something kind of going on, something that doesn't seem right. He's going to realize that Kate is making a move on JD. She is going to go and kill him. JD is froze because he's like, I can't believe this is happening. I love you. Why are you doing this? Marcus goes over. He steps in between Kate and JD. Marcus suffers a devastating blow, which leads to him dying. And then once JD looks down at Marcus Phoenix, the camera is going to zoom in on JD's face. You're going to see probably the most emotionally graphical shit you've ever seen in a video game, because they're probably going to spend a huge budget on that. Then the music is going to change. Everything slows down. And then everybody else is going to see Marcus on the ground. They're going to scramble to go over to him. And that's when JD finally kills Kate Diaz. Or at least we may think, because in the post, because you know they're going to do a post credit, it might have it to where maybe she survived or maybe her body was recovered. But that's how Gears 6 is going to end. Marcus Phoenix is dead. Kate Diaz might be dead. That's how they're going to end that franchise. I'm telling you right now. And I do believe that you have situations where you kind of write yourself into a wall narratively. And I don't believe that the coalition are willing to deviate. So bringing out Gears of War E-Day to try to win back some of the hardcore Gears of War fan base, that is the plan. That is the plan, because they know that this upcoming Gears 6 is going to end in such a way that it's going to cause a fucking an inferno of backlash. I am pretty sure that's how things are going to go, because everything that I know about the story of Gears right now is going in that direction. It's trending in that direction. Now, there might be some people that might like it, but that's just what I see. And this is the reason why, at present, Kate Diaz is the main protagonist, the main mover of the Gears franchise right now. That's what's going on. Exactly. The frog is slowly being boiled. That's how you do it. You introduce things incrementally. This is why in society, especially in America, with mental illness people, where they're allowing men to compete in women's sports. They're allowing men to go into women's bathrooms. Oh, trannies, sorry. All of this is connected. All of it. It's just that for people who only really follow video games, they're kind of shut off from all the other stuff. But it's bleeding into gaming. Gaming was one of the last bastions that was untouched by what's going on in the reality of society. Now, the freaks have infiltrated. And now, the virtue signaling, the feminists, the woke have all descended into gaming. This is why you see female characters looking like shit. This is why you've seen documents, unfortunately, from Microsoft saying that they don't want curvy-looking women in their games. Like, believe me, there is so much going on that people don't know. They don't know. So I appreciate, people who are here, but believe me, I have a lot on my chest, and I need to get this shit off like motherfucking breast reduction. It's like if I have fucking triple D's and I need to get these sons of bitches down to B's, because, I need to move around. You know what I'm saying? Just kind of, go in on that pointless, silly analogy. But it's like, I can't unsee this. And I think a lot of the larger content creators, if I could be so bold, I think they're failing you as the viewer, because you're tapping into many of these people looking to get informed and maybe entertained, but informed. And a lot of these people, and I can't blame them all. Maybe there's just some people who really don't know. But there's some people that do know, and they bury their head in the sand and they downplay. That's the shit that annoys me. I can't. I can't. So that's the reason why I literally wanted to start this. I wanted to do this live stream. I wasn't planning on doing live stream today, and if I was probably gonna mindlessly mash buttons in Crimson Desert or something. But out of all of the people I've been going past on Twitter, talking about God of War, talking about what's going on with Microsoft and things like that. And it's like, look, I gotta speak on this. So let me break down real quick what's going on with Microsoft, because I think people don't quite understand. So when it comes to Microsoft, and I will be getting back to God of War, but like I said, there's like so many things. I'm like going all over the place. So just bear with me. Let me land. Let me cook. Shit's gonna be good. Just enjoy the ride Red is taking you on. So when it comes to Microsoft, the reason why Asha Sharma decided to pull the plug on Gears of War E-Day and not do the same thing with a few other games is because the upcoming Halo game is essentially a remaster of the first game. It has no multiplayer, to my understanding. It is just basically a campaign game. They recently revealed that it's going to have 3 additional campaign missions, which is fine. That's cool. Microsoft realizes that out of the 2, Gears of War E-Day and Halo Combat Evolved, or whatever they're calling it, Gears of War E-Day right now is more important to the Xbox ecosystem. The ultimate goal for Microsoft right now, when it comes to Halo, is to utilize this upcoming game to jumpstart the franchise again. That's the goal. With Gears of War E-Day, this is a more technologically demanding game. It's a game that is no doubt costing more money to make. And it is not a remake or a remaster. This is a brand new entry with multiplayer. Because you have had many people on the Xbox side that have been bitching and complaining for Microsoft to go back to exclusives, Asha Sharma, looking to make headlines, which at the end of the day, it is a business, they made an executive decision whereby to pivot, removing Gears from PlayStation and keeping it as an Xbox exclusive. Despite the fact that it was all but ready to go in that way, all over to Sony's side. This was a means of Microsoft looking to show the Xbox fan base that they are committed to listening and to bringing exclusives back to the platform. You have people out there that question and say, why is this an exclusive, but these other games are still coming to PlayStation? The reason for that is because Microsoft, using this strategy, they have amassed $650 million, probably even more at this point, dollars by porting games over to PlayStation. It has been a winning formula. Why? Because that is the very nature of licensing deals. That's how this works. In fact, let me go and show this, because you know what? I did say I was going to show some shit here. So let me bring this up. Let me show the screen here. Hold on. Let's do this. I want to show you what I mean. So if I go to this particular article, where is it? I have so many. I'm kind of looking. Oh, here we go. So look at this article, and I've used this before. If you look at this article, for many people who do not understand why Microsoft is placing games on PlayStation, is reality. This is the power of licensing. Many people in the gaming space simply do not understand the power of licensing. Licensing is one of the oldest forms of business on planet Earth. Period. This is where whenever I talk about these things, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I do my research. I do the work. I put in the time. I can't say the same for my peers on Reddit 2.0, or should I say Twitter, or fucking YouTube. I can't say the same for many of them. So this goes to illustrate what you are seeing on your screen right the fuck now. This goes to show why Microsoft was pushing games onto Sony hardware. Based on the way licensing works in the gaming space, I can't speak on other industries. The platform holder, I want you people to understand this and listen intently to what I'm about to say. I'm going to put the camera on me. We're going to go back to this article. I want you people to understand this. The platform holder, which in this case is Sony, they get 30%. That's how this works. Microsoft gets 70% of the actual revenue whenever you, as a Sony person on your PlayStation, you buy a Microsoft-centric game. Microsoft gets 70% of that transaction. The platform holder, PlayStation, gets 30%. Now, what ends up happening with that 70%, after Microsoft pays what they need to pay to developers, distribution, and whatever other stuff, taxes and shit like that, Microsoft is coming away with about 30 to 40% of that 70%. So I'm going to say it again because some people might not understand. If you buy Forza Horizon 6, let's just say on PlayStation, the game is $69.99, about $75 with tax. PlayStation gets 30% of that money. Microsoft gets 70%. It goes toward Microsoft. Microsoft then has to pay whatever they need to, as well as taxes on the money and stuff like that. And after all that is done, after the dust has settled, Microsoft yields about 30 to 40% profit from that initial 70%. That is how this works. So for many of those people, those dumb fucks out there on social media that were saying that, oh, Microsoft is killing their brand, Microsoft is killing this, they don't know what they're doing, Microsoft is laughing to the fucking bank. You don't think that there are people on the PlayStation side that don't want to play Halo, that don't want to play Gears of War, that don't want to play Avowed, that don't want to play any fucking Microsoft game? You think that everybody that's on PlayStation just hates Microsoft? No. There are people that own PlayStations that actually have interest in Microsoft games. It's just that maybe they just don't have the money or the interest in buying the fucking console, but they still would like to play the games if possible. Microsoft has found ways to make this possible through licensing deals. That's how this is business. This is why, I mean, let's call a fucking spade a spade. This is why Microsoft is a $3.4 trillion company and Sony is only a $127 billion company. This is not, there's no disrespect, but they're not in the same fucking league. They're not. This is why I tell people, if you cut all of the bullshit, if you cut all of the fanboy bullshit, if Microsoft really fucking wanted to, they could literally fucking buy fucking Sony off of off of financial solvency alone. Now, of course, that would likely never happen because of, certain regulatory things and other governmental oversight. But if we're talking about sheer market cap, market value, Microsoft has that money. Sony and Nintendo cannot compete. They are fucking small potatoes compared. I'm talking about business-wise. You guys got to get on the same page. We can have our favorite games. You know, you can love your God of War, your Spider-Man, and all this shit. But at the fucking end of the day, when it comes to company, Microsoft owns them. Nintendo, 67 to 68 billion. Sony, in fact, fuck this. Let's check this shit right now. Hold on. We're gonna do this right now. We're gonna do this in real. I said we're gonna do some real-time shit, right? We're gonna. But I love doing this. I love doing this. Let's do this real. Let's take a little detour, shall we? Let's go on to Yahoo Finance. Let's see. There we go. Let's have a little fun today. Let's have a little fun. I mean, this might be triggering to some diehard Sony fans, but I just want to illustrate what is and what is not. So let's look at Microsoft. Let's see what they did. Let's see. Since I know the market is closed right now, because it's after. Well, actually, is the market open right now? No, it closed at 4 o'clock. Okay, so there you have Microsoft, right? Now, if we scroll all the way down, let's get to comparison, shall we? Let's get to comparison. Let's compare. Let's add Sony. Let's add good old Sony, right? Let's look at Sony Corp. Let's Sony Corp. Oh, wow, look at that. A whopping 125.49 billion. That's not bad. It's not bad. Let's add Nintendo, shall we? Everybody loves Nintendo, right? Let's add Nintendo. Oh, 67. So they went down. Right now they're 51.65 billion. And since, you know, for shits and giggles, let's add Take-Two Interactive. Let's add the company that's actually responsible for Grand Theft Auto 6. Let's add Take-Two. So Take-Two is 39.37 billion in terms of market value. All right. Now Microsoft has gone down. They have actually gone down a bit because they were about 3.20 something. Now they're about 3, but it's still a $1 trillion company. I want people to understand this right here. I understand this might be triggering to some people, but this goes to show why Microsoft is able to do what they're able to do as opposed to Sony and Nintendo. This is not to say one company is better than other in terms of gaming, but what it is, it goes to show a clear picture at the end of the day when it comes to actual business. Microsoft, when compared to Sony and Nintendo, they are not in the same stratosphere. They're just not. This is why Microsoft is able to do what they do. Now, when it comes to the actual strategies when it comes to gaming, yes, Sony is the market leader over Microsoft when it comes to video games. And why is that? I'm so glad you asked. The reason for this is, as amazingly surprising as this is because of the Asian territories. I've said this time and time again, and I am going to say it again now. Asian territories are fiercely loyal to Sony and Nintendo. Quite frankly, Sony and Nintendo can do no wrong in many people's eyes. Even if Sony and Nintendo do something that's kind of fucked up, a lot of times it's gonna get headlines, but it tends to get kind of buried after a short period of time. But if Microsoft does something similar, it's in the news a lot longer. Does anybody notice that? Does anybody notice the double standard there? I do, and it's been like this for years. Now, this has nothing to do with video games, like the actual software. It just comes down to the public perception and how companies and people hold these companies accountable. Microsoft, if they do something wrong, they are basically thrown under the bus far more significantly than Sony and Nintendo. I mean, hell, look at the data breaches, multiple data breaches that Sony has had. Many times you've had people on the Sony side, their data their debit card information, their addresses, everything. All of this stuff was leaked. And Sony knew that their infrastructure was susceptible. And they did little to nothing to warn the people that's on their platform, hey, you know what? Take precautions. No, they said nothing. And the story made headlines, but just as quick as it came, it left out just as quickly and everybody forgot it. And it didn't happen just once. It happened several times. But yet and still, Microsoft increases the price of one Game Pass tier by $10 whopping dollars, and you would think that Microsoft sacrificed the second coming of Christ. It's very interesting to me. It really is interesting. And it's funny that Microsoft and just for people who might say, well, why is he always going for back from Microsoft? I kind of feel people are going to say that. That's because you're likely to see more people dogpiling Microsoft than you're going to see people dogpiling Sony. It's kind of a little bit unfair. So that's the reason why I'm kind of taking this stance. But I'm using this point to illustrate to illustrate something and segue to something I'm going to talk about in a few moments. But let me finish this point here. What they tend to do, they want to always highlight Microsoft, their console hardware is shit. It's not doing nothing. Sony is outselling them. I think one of their earnings, I think their Q2 earnings, they went down by 32% or whatever in hardware. And it's funny how companies tend to highlight this, but Microsoft has said that they're not focusing on hardware sales. They have been focusing on digital. They've been focusing on AI, on cloud, and on Game Pass. So, of course, their hardware was going to suffer. And they've publicly stated this. But yet and still, when Microsoft did increase in those other metrics, that wasn't really the story. The main story was Microsoft, Xbox, they had a 32% plummet in hardware sales. No shit. Because that's not the primary focus of Microsoft at this time. So, of course, hardware was going to suffer. Of course. They're not focusing on it. That's like if you're going to the gym and you're focusing on working your legs for 2 to 3 weeks and you have done no upper body training. Is it a surprise that your upper body has maybe gained, or should I say lost some strength? Is that a surprise? Is it? But yet and still, the so-called gaming media is going to have you believe that this is much more significant than what it really is, to try to paint the picture that Microsoft is this god-awful company. Now, that's not to say that Microsoft is like the fucking paradigm of greatness. No. I am 100% against the way Microsoft handles contractors. Many people don't even know how that even works. For the few of you that's in this stream right now, which I do appreciate, I salute to each and every one of you guys. Microsoft, and I don't know about Sony, but they employ, and I've talked about this in prior streams, but in the event you are here and you're new, be sure to subscribe to the damn channel. It's not going to kill you. Get informed, because I'm very raw and authentic with this shit. So just subscribe to the channel, help a brother out, maybe even join one of my memberships. It goes a long way. That's a shameless plug there. You know, I got to do it. I'm a YouTuber. I got to do it. But anyway, I digress. So when you look at what's going on in the greater landscape of Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft, when you look at the industry as I do, You see double standards, you see agendas, you see different ways in which each company does their business. But one of the things I don't like about Microsoft is their over reliance on DEI and increasing their score. This is the main reason why you see Microsoft do a lot of their mental illness, pride stuff. This is why they do that. A lot of companies do it, but to call out Microsoft, I'm not a fan of it. I'm also not a fan when I learn that there have been internal documents from Microsoft that are basically in favor of not having more curvy looking women characters in their games and probably even in their media. I'm not a fan of that. Because women do come in all shapes and sizes, but for some reason, and I can tell you what the reason is, they don't want to advertise the feminine form. They really don't. If you look at certain other games, you'll have other developers that may make the male and female character damn near androgynous, like indistinguishable between each other. In fact, you don't even see male and female, do you? You see body type A, body type B. And if you look at Forza Horizon, even though as great a game as that is, Forza Horizon, now I don't know if it existed beyond 5, but I do know Forza Horizon 5 and 6, they give you 3 body types. Body type 1, 2, and 3. What is the third body type? Because this is the reason why, my theory as to why they don't call it male and female, because if they called it male and female, what would you call the third body type? What would you call it? Oh, and mind you, racing games are likely going to be played by younger children than a game like Grand Theft Auto or Gears of War. A parent is more likely to let their child play a racing game. That's a fact. So I don't like the push of DEI and mental illness that Microsoft has been pushing. Now, the question that I have that I don't really know is this really a decision that is from Microsoft corporate and that's being forced into Xbox Game Studios? Or is it that Xbox Game Studios is a full supporter of it? That part I don't know. Not that it would really make much difference, because at the end of the day, it's still showing up. But I do feel like if people that are making games for Xbox, if they recognize that many of this mental illness bullshit that they're pushing into their games, it's not working, and it's not the sales data is not reflecting a success. If they don't want to move forward with this, but corporate, the parent company, is telling them you got to do it, that does change things a little bit. So that's the main thing I'm not a fan of Microsoft of. But there is something, a famous line that the great Denzel Washington, one of the best actors, mentioned in I think it was a movie called The Equalizer. I don't know if it was the first or second movie. And he said, when you pray for rain, you have to deal with the mud too. So the way I interpret that is, I am a Microsoft fan. I am a Microsoft Xbox owner. And the good things that they do, the things I love about Xbox, they also do some questionable shit as well. Same goes for Nintendo. Same goes for Sony. But with anything, you just have to take the good with the bad. And I recognize the bad. But if I had to choose 3, right, Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft, I've been siding with Microsoft. So it's just one of those things that I researching, I had to kind of understand that, hey, this is the underbelly of this type of shit. I mean, my other alternative is just to stop playing video games, but I'm not going to do that. So you kind of have to roll with the punches a bit and just kind of accept some things and accept some things the way they are. So that's what I try to do. But I think I've pretty much kind of covered much of the God of War situation. I think I've kind of I don't know how many other ways I can dissect that. I've also covered the Gears of War thing, the situation regarding them and how they're trying to position the Kate Diaz. No, not trying. They have positioned the Kate Diaz character as the lead character. And this is just what I've seen, what's going on with God of War, whether or not people want to be naive and oblivious to what's really happening. Now, these companies, Santa Monica Studios and Sony, they're not going to fucking admit it. They're not going to come out and say, give a public statement and say, moving forward, we've made the decision to move forward with the Faye character. We just feel that she's more in line with our values, our core values here at Santa Monica Studios. And we just feel deeply appreciative of the Kratos character. But we just believe at this point in time, we believe a new shift of direction for a more modern audience, for more modern sensibilities. We believe that the Faye character is one that fully embraces what we want to have our franchise moving forward. So we want to thank all of the fans of God of War that have stuck by us. I can guarantee you right now, if Sony and or Santa Monica Studios were to come out with a speech like that, they would be crucified. They know this. They would be literally crucified. So their only alternative is to create a mainline game using a character 5 people in the nosebleed section give 2 shits about. And that's why they're doing what they're doing and not having it be a DLC. And I have repeated this a few times, but when people, they leave a stream, they pop into a stream. But so hopefully if somebody joined in the last 2 minutes, hopefully they heard that part of what I'm saying. That's what I see is happening. They're literally boiling a big pot of water and they're dumping a few frogs in there and they're turning up the temperature ever so slightly over the course of time because they know if they would fucking turn it up full blast, those motherfuckers are going to hop right out the pot. That's how this works. That's how they slowly encroach into new territories, new genres, new industries. This is how this works. And I'm hoping that some of what I'm saying is registering for you people. I'm hoping that it is. Like I said, I don't profess to be the absolute end-all be-all master of this, but I do know a lot more than the average person because I've spent much of my time over the course of many, many years researching different industries, gaming genres, researching articles. This is what I do. And now that I do this, I guess you could say full time, I spend even more time doing this. So it's not easy. It's not easy to bring up this sort of information live the way I do because, like I tell people, I don't do a script. I'm literally freestyling this whole shit. I'm literally freestyling this entire fucking stream. I think I've referred to one article in the last almost 2 hours of being live here. In fact, let me go back to that great article, actually. Let's go back to that great, amazing article this right here, which goes to, again, just to kind of illustrate the reasoning behind Microsoft being so bullish on porting their games over to the PlayStation console, because they are making money. Over $650 in gross revenue. So for people who've been bitching and saying, oh, we want Microsoft to go back to exclusives, you know what I tell people that say that? This is what I tell people that want to say this. I say, you people are aware that there was a time where Microsoft really did focus on exclusives. Microsoft sold 84.7 million Xbox 360s. They had a year head start over the Nintendo Wii and the PlayStation 3 in the 7th generation. And with them focusing on all of that, doing everything people bitched and complained what they want them to do right now, and Microsoft ended up being dead last in that generation. This is a very important point. It's a very important point that people really need to come to realization. From a corporate standpoint, they looked at that and said, we took our best swing and we weren't even second place. So for many years after that, Microsoft changed their strategy. Because at the end of the day, Microsoft will never overtake Sony or Nintendo. They never will. And do you know why? It's not because they don't make great games. It's not because their system sucks. It's because Sony and Nintendo, they have an entire region of planet Earth that are fiercely loyal to them, that they will not buy a Microsoft console. An entire nation, entire region of Earth that will forever support Sony and Nintendo. That is not my opinion. That is a fact. Microsoft and Sony, they can have fierce competitions across Canada, America, South America, the United Kingdom. However, when it comes to the Asian territories, Japan, Korea, anywhere in the Asian markets, Microsoft will always be last. Always. So when you tally up all the numbers, by proxy, Sony will always be over Microsoft unless Microsoft just gives consoles away for free. That's the thing. That is the thing that people don't want to talk about. They don't want to bring that up. That's like saying, if I go into business and I'm going up against somebody in the chat. Let's say if I'm going up against, I don't know, who's in the chat right now? Let me see. Who can I use? Let's say if I use, let's see if I use Prince Shogun. Okay. So me and Prince Shogun, we go into business, right? I'm going to use this as an example. I go into business. We're in the same business, right? It's not like we're two different style of business. No, we're in the game. Let's keep it. We're both in the game industry. I come out with a game. Prince Shogun comes out with a game. They're both great. We both made good games. In my territory, I have about 10 million people. In his territory, he has 15 million people. Are you starting to see it? So even if I were to have every single person buy my game, and I have 100% conversion sales, but Prince Shogun, he has 15 million. So he has a 5 million additional people he can sell to. And let's just say his game is also a success. He is likely to always outsell me because he has a greater total addressable market than I do. That's how that's how it works. And salute to him. That's what I try to get people to understand. Even in a smaller case scenario, you know, I used to do door-to-door sales. You know, I'm old enough to say I used to do that. And so I would, you know, sometimes you would go to different neighborhoods and you'd work a block. A block may have like, I don't know, like 30 or 40 houses on it or whatever, right? But somebody else, they might be given a block that has a little bit more houses. Now, let's just say, again, we both do exceptional. We both have like a 90% or even an 80% conversion rate. But because he has more houses, he's going to, by default, have more than me. That's how this works. This is the main reason why Microsoft, they decided to shift their strategy at the beginning of the 8th generation, which was the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4. Microsoft realized that they did every fucking thing that they possibly could do during that 7th generation, and they were dead last. So what were they going to do? Do the same thing again? They could have. But they decided to go in that other direction of the Xbox One, which was to make a console that served as the entertainment hub in your living room, whereby you can watch movies, you can watch television, and play a few games. That's why Microsoft made the console and marketed the console the way that they did. Whereas, if you recall, the PS4 was largely a typical video game console and slightly more powerful at that. Many people don't want to talk about these things because this is what led Microsoft to going the route they are currently on. That's what this is. This is why I say no matter what Microsoft does with their console, it's likely never going to overshadow what PlayStation has. Unless Sony completely loses the plot and they cut their own throat, so to speak, there is no hope there. The only thing Microsoft can do is try to focus on their already existing fan base. Because based on the numbers, there are 80 million or so PlayStations out there in the wild, whereby corporate terms, that is the installed base. That's how this works. Microsoft has about, latest numbers I've seen, about 35 million. So again, as I use that, an example where I used Prince Shogun, if we do the same thing, Sony has they make the greatest God of War game ever. Microsoft makes the greatest Halo game ever. At the end of the day, who do you think is more likely to have more sales of that game and turn a greater percentage of profit and revenue? If you say Microsoft, you don't know business. It's Sony. Sony has more people they can sell that game to. So even if, let's just say, even if Sony were to sell that amazing God of War game with a 75% conversion sales rate, and Microsoft was to sell that great Halo game at 90%, Microsoft is still far behind Sony, even though they had a better sales conversion. Why? Because they have a larger total addressable market. That's how this works. And I understand some of you in the stream, you might think this is boring, and that's fine because this is business. Real business is not the most exciting thing. There's no rage arts, there's no heat, there's no combos in business. It's what is your profit spread? What is your total addressable market? What is the percentage of your market share? What is your year-over-year earnings? What did you do last quarter? That is business. It's not glamorous. It's not fun. It's not exciting. Well, maybe to some people. But so I guess that's probably the reason why people kind of like, it's like whatever to them. But the funny thing about it is not understanding this. You're not going to understand why companies that make your games, you're not going to understand why they go and do the decisions they do or make the decisions they do. You're not. Microsoft, what I'm trying to explain, and I see this guy here, I don't think he really understands. Microsoft has to compete with another game that is better than God of War. I don't think he understands me. Or maybe he just joined late. I'm illustrating why Microsoft, the Xbox brand, is likely never going to overtake PlayStation. That is what this is. You have an entire region of planet Earth that are forever loyal to both Sony and Nintendo because they are both Asian companies. And say what you want, but those Asian markets, they're very biased to their own. It is what it is. I didn't make the world. This is what it is. I have seen this on full display during the 7th generation of the Xbox 360. Nobody can tell me otherwise because I've literally seen it. I've lived through it. I've seen the many things Microsoft tried to do to gain favor in the Asian territories. And it all failed. Every single one of them. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Microsoft has bent over backwards to those Asian markets. Time and time and time and time again. Microsoft, after the 7th generation, realized nothing they do is going to cause a significant or gain a significant foothold in those markets, those territories. And that is why with the Xbox One, they categorize the Asian territories as tier 2 territories. That is history. That is not, again, that's not my opinion. That is a fact. It is what it is. So, it is what it is. Japan and just the other Asian markets, they are very fixed overall. I don't count the handful of people that, because there are Asian households that do have an Xbox. There are. But, bro, I'm not going to count, like if we're talking about millions and millions of people, I'm not going to count a few 100,000. Like that's insignificant. In business, you're looking at sizable market share. And when it comes to Asian territories, Microsoft is they are down in that region. So what ends up happening is you as a corporation, as Microsoft, you are having to compete against Sony, and you're doing the best you can, And in some regions, you're even exceeding. But when you tally up all the numbers at the end of the day, you're always going to be overhead because you're going to have the Asian markets on your side. That's going to bolster the numbers. That's how this works. It's a numbers game. Microsoft realized that they cannot crack that territory. They're done. I don't want to say that they're completely like out of it, because obviously Microsoft has several JRPGs. Microsoft has fostered relations with Square Enix. They foster relations with Namco, Capcom, which are large Japanese based companies, even though they have an American presence, but primarily they are Asian companies. So Microsoft, thanks largely in part to Phil Spencer, who doesn't get enough credit in my opinion, he has brokered those arrangements. But at the end of the day, when it comes to the sales and the acquisition, or should I say the investment in the ecosystem of Xbox, the Asian territories are more likely to invest in Sony and Nintendo. That's how this works. That's how it works. And but so that's why some people will be like, well, if they gave up, why are they still working with like Namco, Capcom, Sega, and other companies? It's still worthwhile to foster and broker those relations, because here in America, we have a lot of people, and just let's just say outside of Asian territories, a lot of people have an Xbox and they want to play those types of games. My point is, I'm talking about the consumer buying Xbox hardware and being a part of the Xbox ecosystem. Those are very two different things. I want you to understand that. They're not mutually exclusive. Like, those are two separate things. From a corporate standpoint, it makes perfect sense to try to establish as many working relationships as you can. However, at the end of the day, the Asian consumer are just not into Microsoft. They're just not. And this was to even go further back. The main criticism of the original Xbox, and I know I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. The main criticism for that console, and I'm talking about the very first Xbox console, was that there were not enough Japanese or Asian-centric games on that console. It was primarily, I could recall, because I was in my 20s at this point, I was a young man. At the time, they were criticized as being more so a first-person shooter console. That's why, with the direction of the Xbox 360, they changed the entire look of the console. They made the console able to stand vertically. They made it smaller. They made it sleeker. They changed the color. They did everything they could to have the Xbox 360 appeal to Asian markets. It wasn't for us. It wasn't for us Americans. I can tell you that much. It was to try to get that particular market invested. That's how this works. That's what it was. But it came with some issues. You had the Red Ring of Death situation and all that history. But that's why with the Xbox One in that 8th generation, Microsoft decided to go back to the original black box theme. Because they tried, they went to bat, they struck out. It was what it was. And this is where, at the very beginning of the 8th generation, at the very beginning, uh basically the console war was dead. Console wars was dead at the end of the 7th. But a lot of the YouTube creators, a lot of the fucking game journalists who were really fucking Sony fanboys on the low, all they kept talking about was how Microsoft is being outsold by Sony PlayStation 4, like 3-1, 4-1. That was really the only news they really had. It's like you're beating a dead horse. Microsoft already came into the 8th generation not giving two fucks about what Sony was going to do. They didn't care anymore. They've already moved on. It was like, all right, it is what it was. We're going to focus on this. But it was the game journalists that kept pushing the whole console war fucking thing. That's who kept pushing. That's who's really pushing it even now. Microsoft doesn't care about fucking console wars. They don't give two fucks. Only the fucking fanboys care about that shit. Only they care. Because it's easy views, it's easy clicks, it's brain rot content. It's brain rot articles for their little bullshit websites. That's all it's ever been. It's like, it's sort of like saying, if you're talking about somebody and you're saying, ha ha, look at you, you're not as strong as you used to be or whatever, right? But then it's like, yeah, I haven't really been focusing on going to the gym. I've been learning digital marketing. So you can laugh all you want, but I'm not, it doesn't bother me. It's like, I'm not in that space anymore. Yeah, but look. So they keep perpetuating this over and over and over. And again, look at what they did. And I mentioned this very early in the stream. And I said, what did I say? I said this at the very beginning of the stream. I said, companies were focusing on Microsoft's 32% hardware drop. But yet and still, they weren't highlighting that every other metric that Microsoft were focusing on, they actually had a year-over-year increase. But that was an afterthought. What they were really pushing was the hardware drop. So whenever I'd see people keep pushing that narrative, I'm like, in my mind, and sometimes I rage post about it, and I'll say, you guys are aware that Microsoft has not focused on the hardware in a while, right? They've been focusing on their cloud technology. They've been focusing on their AI and their subscription services. That has been their primary focus, at least for the rest of this generation. What they're going to do for the 10th with the Xbox Helix, I have my thoughts on that, but I'm not going to get into that just yet. But for the rest of this generation, it's whatever. So what, they're going to be focusing on hardware for what? To try to catch up to PlayStation 5 that already has 80 million plus people that's pointless. That's a waste of time. This is why Microsoft decided to say, you know what? We are going to now just meet where people are. And you know what I love? Remember what I said about my articles, right? Let's go and share another article. Oh, I have 26 people on the stream. Look at that. Miracles do happen. Let's show this article. Oh, I love this one. This is from the great Phil Spencer. I got to show this one. This one is one of my favorites. I think I have it under, hold on, I got a bajillion articles. Hold on for a second. Let me go to my, because what I do, oh, here we go. I found it. Now, look at this article right here. Do you guys see this article? Are you guys seeing this article? I would like for some of you to actually take a good long look at this article, and I want you to look at the date. Pay close attention to the date of this article. For those of you that are lurking and probably playing me in the background, this is an article from February 2025. So if you look at what Phil Spencer has said, these are not my words. I am not trying to move them all over. Good old Phil. Let's go to what he says, his quote here. Let me see. Let me go to the quote. Oh my God, my computer's slowing down. There are people, whether it's their libraries on a PlayStation or Nintendo, whether it's they like the controller better, they just like the games that are there. And I don't want to then look at that and say, well, there's no way that we should be able to build a business there. Find fans of our franchises there. I'm not trying to move them all over to Xbox anymore. People were all so invested in where our games are. Let's just allow more people to play. I want people to really understand and digest that. Phil Spencer, for the longest time, recognized that this whole console war shit is ridiculous, especially after Microsoft took their big swing during the 360 era and they just couldn't get it done. They could not get it done. So, and this goes right back to what I just said. I said, you have people on the PlayStation side that would love to play Halo, that would love to play Forza, that would love to play certain Xbox games. You have that. They exist. Just like I can tell you right now, if I could play one game that I would really like to play from Sony, I would love to try Ghosts of Tsushima. I would love to play that game. If it was available on Microsoft, I would save up money to buy that game. I would. Just because you have a favorite console, it does not mean that all of the competition's games are bad. And this is the mindset that I think it's so ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. And to use myself as an example, for those of you that have been with me for a while on this channel, people would know that I absolutely hate Nintendo. I hate that fucking company. Hate is a strong word, but I do hate Nintendo as a company. I don't mind their games. If I had the access to play... What's a Nintendo game I wanted to play? I did play Bravely Default. I enjoyed that game. I did enjoy Xenogears. So, but basically, they're games on different platforms I enjoy. However, those consoles, those brands, they are true exclusives. And I don't fault them for doing that. Like, that's their business strategy. It's what's working for them. Kudos. However, Microsoft realized this is not the strategy that is working for them. You have to do what works for you. And that goes with anything in life. Anything in life, you have to do what works for you. This is especially true with content creation, right? Like, just use myself as the example. I am not an iShow Speed. I am not somebody like that. I am not a performative. I've realized this. I make my jokes. I'm funny here and there, but I'm not somebody that's going to be doing, you know, those guys that do those reaction videos and then they look like they're a fucking idiot. They're like, "Oh my God, chat, look at that." That's not me. I'm sorry. Maybe that's going to keep me from growing my channel. I don't know, but that's not me. If some, like, you know, if some is hype, you know, I'll react. But you have people that's in this space, they are so fucking fake and manufactured. It's cringe to me. It's fucking cringe. Now, maybe some of you love that shit. Maybe some of you guys can't get enough of it. I'm not one of them. So I'm not going to be excited and hyped for the sake of doing so because I want some more fucking clicks and views. I'm not about to do that. I can't do that. If it's funny, I'll laugh. If it's pathetic, I'm going to react accordingly. That's how I get down. So I say all of that to say this: you have to do what's best for you. Maybe some people are very good, very, very great when it comes to being performative and acting like a fool on live stream and doing all that crazy shit. That's not me. I'm a grown-ass man. I'm a very serious individual. I'm an 80s kid from New York. Like, I don't get down like that. That's not the type of time I'm on. That's not how I roll. For me, if the shit's funny, I'm going to fucking laugh my ass off. Like, I feel like I should have made a video or a short the first time I watched some of those God of War memes where they had the fake character washing laundry and she put it in the washing machine, and the other one where Kratos was like, "Woman, firewood." You know, like, when I saw that, I was laughing my fucking ass off. I was laughing. I had to wipe the tears out my eyes. That was where I should have had the camera on me. I should have had, because that was fucking real. But I'm like, if I were to try it now, I've already seen it. I mean, maybe I'd still laugh, maybe, but it wouldn't be like the first time. So when I see people say, "Okay, chat, this is my first time reacting to it," get the fuck out. 90% of the times, they've already watched that fucking shit already. And it's like, I just kind of roll my eyes. I'm like, all right, whatever. All right, this is your first time watching. Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, sure. So I'm just not a fan of doing shit like that. But yeah, you know, at the end of the day, you have to do what's best for you. And at the corporate level, you know, Sony and Nintendo having their exclusives, it works for them. One, because they are, you know, regardless of my personal feelings of Nintendo, they are a very strong brand. They definitely command a significant market share of the industry. You know, many of us grew up with Nintendo. I remember my mom, make her rest her soul, she bought me a Nintendo off of the Home Shopping Club at 1985. I was 5 years old. So that was my introduction to gaming, thanks to my mom buying a Nintendo, where she probably didn't even know what the hell a Nintendo even was, but she was just up late night one time and just decided to order the damn thing. So we all have our roots with Nintendo for the most part. Some of us maybe Genesis, Master System, whatever, because during that time there was like a split. Either you were pro Nintendo or pro Master System, and you kind of went up from the Super Nintendo, and then you might have the Sega Genesis. So, but anyway, I don't need to go through the history of gaming here. That's not what the stream is. I could, but you know, I ain't gonna do that right now. But Microsoft did, you know, they did want to do damage, you know, in the 7th generation against Sony and Nintendo. They gave it their best shot. It didn't work, and they decided to pivot. This is what companies tend to do, and it's very important for people to really understand that. Many times in business, you're going to have to change things up. You're going to have to shift priorities. You're going to have to change corporate structure. this is just what happens in business. You know, so it is what it is. But when it comes to the current direction of Microsoft with porting their games, I remember there was an article that Phil Spencer gave that a lot of people twist, you know, they twist his words around. And the article, I don't know if I could probably find it. Maybe I already have the article, but he basically said, Phil Spencer, that he was going to bring over about 4 games over to PlayStation. I remember, I think it was Forza, Sea of Thieves, and I forgot what the other 2 were. And then the reporter asked him, will there be other games that you're going to bring over? And Phil Spencer did not say, you know, he didn't say this was the only. He said, we're going to look to see how this goes, and we'll take it at a case-by-case basis. Somehow, the game's journalists, air quotes, they took his quote, fucked up the context, and made it appear that Microsoft was only going to put 4 games on PlayStation, and that was it. So then what ends up happening now, if you're going by that bullshit, because that's what it was bullshit, when you see additional Xbox games on PlayStation, that's where you see all the other larger YouTubers and the other fools on Twitter. You see, look, Microsoft, they're lying. They said they weren't going to be putting other games. So imagine when I wake up one morning and I go through Twitter and I'm seeing mass amounts of people going with this bullshit lie. It's enraging. It's like the man literally went and had an interview and publicly said, we are going to be placing 4 games on competitive platforms, which we all know is PlayStation, and we're going to look and see how things play out, and we are going to take it by a case-by-case basis. That is what the fucking man said. He did not ever say one time in any fucking article where we are only going to put 4 games on PlayStation, and that is all. But that is the narrative these fucking pieces of shit in the media, they went with. That's what they did. And of course, the typical viewer who don't know any better, they take that as gospel. So now you have the blind leading the blind. And this is exactly what happens in this industry. You have too many people that twist shit around and make it to suit their own narrative because they have an axe to grind against Microsoft, which is absolutely absurd. Because I can tell you this right now. It is my belief, and this is really I'm definitely going there with this. I do believe there are many people out there, the content creators and the so-called game journalists. I believe deep down they want Microsoft to get out of the gaming. I do believe that. I do believe they want Microsoft to come out and say, we give up, we are no longer involved in gaming, so that way those people, they can make videos about that shit for months. And they would. Because that's what I've identified many of these people, these content creators, these fucking Twitters. That's what I identify them as fucking scum. There's nothing wrong with reporting on the news. If something happens with Sony, fine. If something happens with Nintendo, fine. If something happens with Microsoft, fine. But you know what I see a lot of times? I see many of these so-called influencers and these larger channels, they distort the fucking narrative. They barely do any goddamn research. They're misquoting executives, and they're saying something that is not fucking true. I see this many times, and I am fucking tired of it. If you want to be fair, do that. You can have your favorites. You can have your favorite. Nothing wrong with that. But I'm not gonna put down another company to make my favorite company better. I don't need to do that. That's the shit that is the thing that I can't stand and I can't respect. All three platforms, they have good games. They each have their good shit. As much as I hate Nintendo, if somebody were to literally tell me right now and say, you know what, Red, I'm going to buy you a Nintendo Switch 2. One, I'm going to be mind fucked. But I'm going to make a public video and say, hey, there's somebody that decided to buy me a Nintendo Switch 2. And there are people that are interested in my take on some of the games on that platform. So I'm willing to give it a try. I still don't like Nintendo as a company for several reasons, but I wouldn't mind trying a Mario Kart. I wouldn't mind trying a new Zelda or the Metroid game just to finally see it for myself. Now, could some people say, "Oh, well, you're being hypocritical"? I guess they could. But it goes back to, hey, if somebody wants to go and buy me a Nintendo Switch 2, which will likely never happen, but let's just say, I would be willing to be fair for the game. If the game sucks, it sucks. If the game is godlike, the game is godlike. It doesn't change my viewing on the company in general. And I think that's where I think a lot of people, I don't think they're good at navigating those waters. I think it's like they're extremists. Sony is good, Microsoft's bad. Xbox is great, PlayStation sucks. PlayStation's great, Nintendo like there's too many extremists. There's too many extremists. In fact, I'll tell you this much. But I doubt he's in the chat right now. I doubt it. But he is he's a gaming collector. So he has all a bunch of shit. So he has every console. And when he got his Nintendo Switch 2, I will admit, I'm real and authentic on this motherfucking channel. I will admit I was lazy. I was I was going through some shit at the time. But he gave me the opportunity to go and visit him, go to his apartment, and he was like, look, I got the Switch 2. If you want to make a video about it, you can come by and blah, blah, blah. I never did it. That's on me. I take full responsibility for that. But I will admit, it would probably be interesting to see me give my take on a Switch 2 in real time. I think that would be shit. That would be something. That would be something. But I can tell you right now, the one thing I will say, and you can take this to the bank, I will never buy a Nintendo hardware with my own money. Nope. I would sooner buy a PlayStation than I would buy a Nintendo piece of hardware. I'm just being honest. So that's the one thing I can say that I will stand by. 100%. So that's what it is. Like, there are some people, and I'm sure some of you even know that this guy, what's his name? Dreamcast guy. This person, oh, thanks, Great Skies. I appreciate that, man. Actually, you know what? Speaking of Celsius, no, this is not. Is it? Really? You think my mic is off? I see my mic is I can see the little thing on OBS. It's, you know. Is my mic off? People not hearing me? Blah 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 blah. Nobody hears me. I think my mic is still good. I guess my mic is still good. But yeah. So I will definitely be getting that Celsius gray. I appreciate that. I won't be able to get it now because but I will be able to pick it up next month. so your contribution, that's the thing. Whenever you do super chats, the creator gets it the following month. That's how that works. So, and that's only after the person reaches $100 threshold. So that's why, like, if it's something that's immediate, that would be like more my PayPal. If it's my PayPal, that's immediate. So just to kind of put that out there. But I appreciate both Gray and Gandrelon for both of their contributions earlier. I appreciate that. But yeah, I appreciate that. Oh yeah, because right now I got everything set up on my lap, and yeah. So sometimes when I shift around, so I'm like literally laying on my bed. Yeah. So, but the thing that just really bothers me. Well, actually, no, a lot of things bother me. Is I'd rather people at least be fair, at least be somewhat fair. Like, if I talk about the God of War Laufey game, again, I'm not saying the game sucks. I don't know. I haven't played it. But I can't say that the game looks god awful because the game looks okay. The game, like, I don't think anybody can legitimately and honestly say the game looks bad. I don't think you can say that. And really, and like if you're taking a lie detector test, you would fail. The game does look good. Now, is it the greatest game I've ever seen? No. But the game definitely does not look bad. And I'm sure that there are going to be people that's going to enjoy the game, that have no problems with the game, and that's fine. It's just that my position with that game is that I recognize what they're doing, they being Santa Monica Studios and Sony, and I also see that the story of that character should have been a DLC. It does not warrant a full game, but she's getting a full game because they are wanting to position her as Kratos's replacement over time. And they're using this game to see if it has any legs or if it can gain any traction. That is what they are doing. And they've done it to several other franchises that have initially male leads. So in the for those people that would say, well, you're against female characters, like, let me tell you this, and this is going to be I'm going to try to break this down as best as I can. I don't mind female characters. I mean, I have a certain, like, I'll tell you this. I'm not a fan of seeing female characters, and this is going to sound kind of funny, but I'm not a fan of certain female characters that look like they should be on the Vegas Strip. Like, if you look like you should be a fucking prostitute, I'm probably not interested. This is the reason why, for me, like, for instance, Dead or Alive, for instance, or even Tekken 8, right? You have certain characters that they're like in a bra and panties and shit like that. You know, I'm not against it, but for me personally, I'm not interested in using a female character that's running around in a bra and panties. And I'm supposed to believe she's like fighting to save the world. Like you know what I mean? Like I can't connect with that. You know, if you're gonna have a female warrior, I want her to look like a female warrior. And this is why when I look at the character Freya in God of War, I absolutely love Freya. She looks like she is there to do battle. It doesn't look like she's there to walk the runway. That's really just to kind of really hammer that point. I don't think I've ever really talked about that. You know, I'm just not a fan of that. Like, for instance, with Dead or Alive, if I'm using like say Kasumi or Ayane from like Dead or Alive, I'm not looking to find the skimpiest outfit to put on to use the character. Now, I don't mind them being there. It's an option, but it's not something I'm into. You know what I'm saying? And so that's just me. So I really appreciate the Freya character on so many different levels, and I 100% stand on this, that if there was going to be a female character that should have gotten her own game, I would have voted for Freya. I would have you know, personally speaking. So that's just my personal thing. You know, I think the dynamic of Freya and Kratos is so amazing. I think I even called it one time Kreia. You know, hashtag Kreia, Kratos and Freya fusion, ha. You know, and I think it's there. I I I I would actually strongly, if I had the money, which I don't, because I'm not you know, I'm not rich like that. But if I had the money, and if they came out with a Kreia, Freya and Kratos game where they're working together, they have, you know, equal time, I think that would be something more people would be getting behind, because you've had enough time to get invested with I keep saying Kreia, enough time with Freya, and you've seen her vulnerable. You didn't always see her trying to like overtake the scene whenever she was in with Kratos. She's still very capable. She's powerful. She's conflicted. She has depth. I love Freya. Like I have to say, like in probably in the recent years, like she is probably my favorite female character right now. And I would 100% be on board if they were to make a game for her. You know, because I feel that there's more real estate invested in that character than Faye. Faye for me almost feels like a fucking Mary Sue in a sense. It kind of feels like that. I know maybe it's not, but it just kind of feels that way. I have no I I I and I say this with the utmost respect. I don't give two fucks about that character. I don't care about Faye. I don't care. I have no emotional attachment to this character whatsoever. It's absolutely insane. It really is. Um I just have, and I only see this character as the developers' desire to replace Kratos. I don't know how else to see this, because if this was just a matter of, oh, we want to tell her story and we feel she's stunning and brave, okay, well then just make it a DLC. Make it a fucking DLC then. That's all you had to do. I made reference and said that you can have very lengthy DLCs. In fact, they exist. If you, I can go and look at what was it, Witcher 3. Witcher 3 had a massive DLC that people still love and talk about to this day. Blood and Wine. I've never played it, but I've not heard not one person complain about that. I've heard that was like the fucking gold standard of what DLC should be. You mean to tell me Santa Monica Studios couldn't go that route? I doubt it. I believe they wanted to position this Faye character from the very beginning as a replacement to Kratos. And yes, I know I've said it in the stream already, but you know what, damn it, when you're streaming for like damn near 3 hours, you're gonna repeat certain shit. So, you know, I have heard that, and even if I didn't hear it, I 100%, I feel it. I see it, and I love narratives that are not forced. I love narratives that are not forced, And when you look at the evolution of what's going on with even that part, like you can point to certain parts. One of the parts for me, and I know when I say this, you guys are going to know exactly what I'm saying. That part where the boy gets sick and Kratos goes to Freya and he's like, "Here's my son, please save him." And you hear, and I give so much credit to the woman that did the voice work for her. I felt that. And I feel it even now. Even if I were to watch it, like every now and then I'd be watching those clips. And I think she said at the end something along the lines of, I'll keep him safe. That's a mother's promise, or something like that. And then Kratos is about to walk off, and I think he turns back and he kind of like says, thank you, or something like that. I love that character. I fucking love that character. And I hope that is not the last we see of that character. I don't care where Kratos is going. I would love to see Freya go with him. That's what I would like to see. If it were up to me. Fuck it. She did that thing where she's no longer bound to like the 9 realms or whatever. I would like to see her, I don't know. But I have no interest in Faye. This character is forced. It's a forced character. And when I see that, this is a direction that the developers want to go, but they're trying to do it in a very sneaky way. It's a spin-off, but they're making it her own game. And I can see that they want her to be his replacement. That's what they really want. I can't be, maybe I might be walking back something I said before, forgive me, but I can't be 100% sure, but I'm really like a good mid 80 to 90%. Like I've been seeing this so many times, and I see the pattern. and it's Samus is a side character, and they have some random dude with a different suit, and now they're calling that Metroid. I wonder how people would react to that. I actually wonder. I wonder how people, yes. How would people react if they bring out the next Metroid game during maybe a Nintendo Direct or some shit, maybe in like 2030, and instead of Samus, she's basically like, I guess, an advisor or something, and now you're using some random dude in a suit, and now he's the main dude. He's the main character. How do you think people would react to that? It'd be a riot. I sure as hell hope so. That shit would be amazing. The amount of fucking hellfire and brimstone that would ensue would be the likes that we have never seen. Oh my God. That is basically what I see that they're doing with God of War. That's what I'm seeing. Like I said, when you give an inch, they take a mile. So with this one game, okay, we have one game. So now I have my theories, right? I'm sure we all, we all have our theories or whatever, right? I'm glad some of you are like, sharing your thoughts, and believe me, I can see it. I'm looking at it right here. I just think that, there's nothing wrong with female protagonists, but it becomes an issue when you have a several year long, or in this case, a 2-decade long franchise, and now all of a sudden you want to pluck one of the characters that is dead, basically, and you want to give this character their own story instead of fleshing it out in a DLC. How am I not going to look at this as you attempting to replace this man? How am I not supposed to look at it that way? Because I've seen this blueprint many times before. I've seen this happen. I've seen this happen in shows. I've seen it happen in movies. I've seen it happen in other games. I mean, like, how am I supposed to look at it any other way? I I love when female characters are allowed to show their own strength. At the end of the day, contrary to what some people may want to believe in this weird ass society, men and women, we have differences that go beyond just physical. Men see things a certain way and women see things a certain way. We draw from different emotional reservoirs. When I look at the Freya character in God of War, I think that character, I don't want to say she's like the alpha and omega, but out of the many female characters I've used or seen, she is definitely very high up in terms of the performance, the emotions she shared, her own backstory. I mean, are we going to forget about Freya's backstory? What about her? What about Freya's backstory? What about that shit? Like, the fuck? What about her fucking shit that she went through? I guess we don't care about that though. We don't care about Freya's backstory. Like, it just, it's hard for me to not see something that is being forced. It's hard for me to not see it. It's hard for me to not see it. And I just I don't know, man. Oh, that is a wow. That's good. Had us journey and grow with Freya just to toss her to the side to go with a dead woman. Yo, I don't think I could have put that any better. I don't know. Maybe maybe tomorrow I probably would have thought of something like, but not right now. That was very yeah. I don't know how else to really. I don't know. I get that the way they wrote the character, that she did certain things. She was a giant. She was a leader of her people. I get it. I'm not dismissing that. However, to now try to insert that character in the way that you are, it's the how you're doing it. Let's just say if they did make Faye into a DLC, let's say if it was a DLC, the sting of it, my thoughts on it would be different. I would be more like, okay, I can deal with this. Not my favorite, but you know what? I'm not gonna like, curse at the moon because they decided to go that route. Because I'm not gonna say that Faye does not have a story to tell. I'm not saying that. And I just really want that to be clear with people who might catch this, after the fucking live. It's the implementation of it and what it represents. I can't not see that you, Santa Monica Studios, are trying to position this particular character over Kratos by giving her her own game. Like, that's something that's where most of the backlash is coming from. That's where most of I'm pretty sure a lot of that vitriol, a lot of that angst, a lot of that backlash, a lot of that frustration would be severely limited or down or decreased if this was a DLC. If it was a DLC, I think people would be more accepting and welcoming for it. But it's the optics of it, it's how it looks. And I don't mean the game. I mean like the you giving this particular character her own game. It's how it looks optically. That's what's causing people to make the fucking laundry videos and the woman firewood. That is why that's happening. That's why. A 5-hour DLC, maybe 10. It could be a long DLC. It could be because you want to give people their money. A good sizable amount. To flesh out her story, and she could do her moves and such like that. But I just think that this was just the wrong decision. And at the end of the day, time is gonna prove whether or not I'm right or wrong. And I'm leaning greatly that I'm right. And when this game is released, and you're gonna see like maybe the first month or maybe even the first day, they're gonna look at the launch day. They're gonna look at the Steam numbers, and then they're gonna look to see how many people still playing the game. They're gonna do all that shit. And when it's all said and done, I highly doubt that this game is going to do the type of numbers and business that Santa Monica Studios and Sony want and need it to do. That's my thought on that. I'm sure it's gonna do numbers. It's still a God of War game. It still looks like a good action game. But this is a game, like I said, only 5 people in the nosebleed section ever asked for. And I do think that is going to have an impact on the game sales. I do believe. They're probably going to have a strong start. but I'm looking to see how the momentum is going to maintain. And who knows, if I'm wrong, if that shit ends up being like the fucking greatest selling thing on planet Earth, I will happily do a nice little live stream, and I'll be like, hey, I had my concerns. I still stand by my position on, I do believe they're trying to replace the lead character, but hey, I was wrong that it actually ended up being quite the financial success. Kudos and salute to them. But time will tell. Time will tell. Time will ultimately tell. And I don't think we're going to see that game until like what, next year, I think? I think it's next year, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if it's coming out this year. Or wait, did they even have a release date? I don't even remember. Does anybody know that? Was there a release date given for the game, or is it going to 2027? Because I don't recall. And if it was, I probably wasn't paying attention. But I would think next year as well. Yeah, I would think next year as well. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, that game is gonna take a while. So, but you know, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. You know, but I'm just curious to see, you know, what the budget ultimately is or was, and how many sales the game has sold. You know, how many copies the game has sold. That's what I'm very curious about. Very, very curious about that. But yeah, so now let me go and shift gears a bit to a little bit of Microsoft stuff. So I want to do, remember I said I was going to do some research here. We're going to do some or whatever. And as you can see here, I already have things I've already looked up. And oh yeah, and I will say, oh, it doesn't even show on the OBS. Oh, that's pretty cool. Or did it? Or maybe, oh, well, I don't know. But anyway, I kind of looked up a few things, and I was listening to that Stranger Than Heaven song. I listened to that shit for a good like 2 hours straight. I'm not gonna lie. I was finding so many different variations to that song. I was fanboying out over that shit at like 3 in the morning, trying not to blast it too loud. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Let me get back to what I'm about to show here. So I typed this up. There are reports that Gears E-Day was ready for Sony but canceled last minute. Okay, so let's get into this. So I typed this up, and this is what happened here. This is what comes up. So basically, the response, Xbox marketing boss Aaron Greenberg denied it was a last-minute decision, claiming he became aware roughly a month in advance and that the news was limited to a small internal group. He said the intention was to share the exclusivity news with players and the public during the showcase, not to reveal it privately. This would be the second time a Gears of War game has been canceled for the PS5. Gears of War 3, oh, interesting, had a PS3 build abandoned years ago. I didn't know that. The move aligns with a shift under new Xbox CEO Asha Sharma towards stronger exclusivity, reversing earlier multi-platform strategies like Halo Campaign Evolved and Gears of War Reloaded going to PS5. Bottom line, while Xbox officially frames the decision as not being last minute, multiple leaks, retail listings, and insider accounts strongly suggest the PS5 version was scrapped very recently, possibly within weeks of the showcase. And E-Day is now confirmed an Xbox Series X and S and PC exclusive. It's not coming to Sony. So basically, now when it comes to this, if I were to go and type up, let me go and let's do a little digging. Let's do a little digging. So okay, I have some. I typed it up last night. Actually, it's still here. So I typed up this. What is the general strategy and reasoning behind Xbox deciding to make Gears and Clockwork exclusives, but other titles multi-platform for Sony? This is going to be very interesting for some of you. Xbox's approach to exclusives has shifted from blanket multi-platform policy to a case-by-case platform announced model for first-party games, with some titles staying Xbox only and others blah blah blah. The core reasoning is new leadership, including CEO Asha Sharma and Chief Content Officer Matt Booty, emphasize that exclusives are important for keeping loyal players engaged. Gears of War E-Day and Clockwork Revolution were chosen as single-player, non-live service titles to be Xbox exclusives, giving fans a reason to buy and stay on Xbox. Now, there might be people that will be wondering, okay, well, that doesn't make much sense because, you know, live service. I've seen people probably didn't really understand that because, quite frankly, Halo Campaign Evolved doesn't have a multiplayer aspect to that. Gears of War has a multiplayer aspect. So I wanted to kind of continue on from there. So rewarding long-term fans, right? We covered that. Now, case-by-case evaluation, multiplayer and live service games, Sea of Thieves, Elder Scrolls Online, Fallout 76 remain multi-platform to protect player bases and ecosystems. Xbox now announces platform availability alongside release dates, ending post-launch surprises. While some franchises stay exclusive, others like Fable and Senua are confirmed for PS5, reflecting that titles with strong cross-platform appeal or better fit for Sony's audience will continue multi-platform. Now, why some titles are exclusive and others aren't? Franchise identity and audience fit. Gears and Clockwork were selected for their strong Xbox brand identity and core fan base. Now, the thing is, Gears maybe, but Clockwork, I don't really know how that fits because Clockwork is a brand new game, to be fair. So I don't know if that really fits the description for this. It fits for Gears, but not Clockwork is a brand new IP. But I digress. Ecosystem and service needs. Multi-platform titles often have global player bases and online features that benefit from wider availability. This is true because thanks to crossplay, if you have a live service type game, that means that your total addressable market, or TAM, goes far beyond just your platform of Microsoft, which is only 35 million, and can extend and tap into the reservoir of the 80 million of Sony users. So on that front, that is very true. The strategic flexibility: by keeping some exclusives, Xbox can maintain a reason to buy, quote, for hardcore fans, while still growing its market share through accessible cross-platform games. Now, that is cited by Kotaku in this article here, as you see, which I may click on. So what Microsoft is doing, and I've said this many times before, is Microsoft is operating on both ends of the spectrum. They are, I guess you could say, for lack of better expression, they are burning the candle up at both ends. But they have a pretty large candle because, again, this is a $3 trillion company. This is not something that Sony or Nintendo can reliably do. They don't have the type of market cap that Microsoft has. So Microsoft is able to do things like this. And quite frankly, Microsoft, unlike Sony and Nintendo, they kind of have to do this because they don't have the type of market share console-wise that both of those platforms have. So again, they had to pivot and shift their corporate strategy. Now, in doing so, as a result, as I showed in the article that I will attach in this video segment or whatever, is that Microsoft actually ended up gaining $650 million in revenue by doing the strategy of porting some of their Xbox console exclusives over to PlayStation, which caused many people to lose their fucking mind. And they lost their mind because these are people who do not understand core business strategies. Sometimes in business, you have to shift priorities. You have to call an audible. It's like football. You might do a particular play on offense, but if you look at the defense, you can see that the defense is already prepared. So now you have to change your offense on the fly. That's what Microsoft did. And quite frankly, it was a decision that gained them $650 million. So this is a strategy that has worked. But what ended up happening is you have a bunch of Xbox players, you have a bunch of Xbox fanboys that, quite frankly, they didn't like that Xbox was giving away, at least according to them, giving away games over to PlayStation because they still have that console war mentality that actually has been dead since the end of the seventh generation. But there are people out there that want to keep that alive for whatever fucking reason. Microsoft is like, we're beyond that. We don't care. We're here to make money. We're here to get games. If you have an Xbox, cool. If you don't have an Xbox, where are you playing at? PlayStation. I got you. Here. Hold that. Just know that we're getting 70% of your money. That's how this works. That's you know, that's how this works. So, you know, I just want people to really understand. Oh, I Prince Shogun. I know you gotta go or whatever. But that's generally how this works. But a lot of the hardcore fanboys on the Xbox side and elsewhere, they wanted Xbox games to be exclusive. And this is where I went into this whole tirade of saying, like, look, Microsoft played that strategy already with the 360. It didn't work out. But because people have been bitching and complaining for so long, Microsoft finally decided to, like, you know what? Here, we're going to now keep Gears and Clockwork Revolution as true exclusives. But because they made $650 million with their porting strategy, Microsoft is not looking to get rid of that aspect. They're not looking to get rid of that financial revenue stream. They're not looking to do that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what they're really going on about. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it's important to really understand on that front. But I just think that many people that still complain about having, you know, Xbox games on PlayStation, I think that's just so, you know, it's no big deal. It's like if you're a PlayStation owner and you're playing Halo, how does that does not affect me playing on my Xbox? That doesn't affect me. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm just like, you know, I just think that's just it's a pointless argument, you know, because Microsoft understands that everybody's money is green. You know what I'm saying? Like, or whatever color, but money is money. So if I can get money off of you buying an Xbox and you're buying Halo or whatever game on your Xbox, I'm getting your money. If you buy that game and you're anti-Xbox or like console wise and you're on a PC, you buy it on PC, thank you, I'm getting your money. If you don't like PC and you don't like Xbox and you're like, hey, I'm on PlayStation, thank you again, I'm still getting your money. That's, for some reason, And I don't really understand. I really don't get it. I don't understand why people seem to find an issue with that. Like I don't understand this. So what I want to, so this is something I looked up one time before, and I think it's very important to kind of illustrate this right quick. Let me see. Why? All right, here we go. If Xbox is porting games to PlayStation, then why don't Microsoft abandon hardware and just focus on software? And now we're going to see what we got here. So let me click to read all. So if you look at this part here, right here at the bottom line, Microsoft is not giving up on hardware, but it's shifting focus to software and multi-platform distribution to meet profit targets, expand reach, and compete in a crowded market. Hardware remains part of the ecosystem, but the company's growth engine is now its game library and cross-platform presence. Microsoft hasn't abandoned hardware. It's still developing the next console. The shift is towards software-driven growth, building a strong first-party game library that can run on multiple platforms while using hardware as a premium option for certain experiences, high-end gaming, cloud streaming. Sony has improved its profit margins and is aggressively expanding its own exclusives by making Xbox games available on PlayStation. Microsoft can compete more effectively in the market even if it doesn't want to put walls up around its content. That was a PlayStation website that talked about this. Microsoft's Game Pass subscription model already includes many first-party games. Multi-platform releases help drive subscriptions and cross-buying, as players can enjoy the same game on multiple devices. This also supports cross-progression features, which are popular with younger gamers, reported by Gaming Bible. After acquiring Activision Blizzard, Microsoft set aggressive 30% profit margin. Now, this part is old because they've actually rescinded this, but I'll read it anyway. For its gaming division, far above the average, the industry average. This led to studio closures, project cancellations, and a focus on cheaper to make, high-margin games. Porting titles to PS5 and other platforms can boost sales volume and revenue without the high costs of new console development. So again, this right here, just to be clear, once Asha Sharma took over, this aggressive 30% profit margin, that is no longer the case. That profit margin has now dropped to be more in line with industry standards, which is somewhere around 17, 20-ish%. 30% was very, very high. And number one, Phil Spencer has said that the idea of Xbox being just one device that plugs into a TV is outdated for Gen Z, who use games across phones, tablets, PCs, and consoles. By making games available on PlayStation, Nintendo, and other platforms, Microsoft can tap into larger audiences without relying solely on Xbox hardware sales. Hopefully that makes sense to some people, because at the end of the day, you know, that really comes down to, if I am focusing solely on keeping my games on Xbox, that means that you in the chat, you watching after the live or whatever, you guys are going to have a console. Well, what happens if you have a PlayStation? What happens if you have a Nintendo Switch, Switch 2? What happens then? You know, what happens? So now I'm having to hope that you guys that have PlayStations and Nintendo Wii's, or excuse me, wow, Wii's, Nintendo Switches, you guys will have to come up with several $100s to buy our console to get into our ecosystem. Well, not everybody has that kind of money. I know I don't. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'd probably buy a PlayStation if I had the money for it, but I don't. I ain't got the kind of money. So what ends up helping is when you have the ability to license out your games to those people that are on PlayStation, to those people that are on Switches, you are able, through licensing agreements, able to gain significant money off of each game sold. And that is what led Microsoft to, you know, getting that amount of money that they've gained over the course of time with their strategy of porting their titles. You know, so that's why, stuff like this is, it's a big deal. Like, even like, I love showing this article because this article shows from Alinea Analytics, which is also a very reputable analytics site if you want to check it out yourself. Released on April 29th, 2026, revealed the massive financial success of Microsoft's multi-platform pivot. According to the data, Xbox published titles on the PS5 have generated over $650 million in gross revenue since the strategy shifted into high gear in 2024. So that means in about 2 years, I mean, I've shown this article before, but you have to understand this. In 2 years, maximum, Microsoft has generated over $650 million by simply extending some of our games over to our PlayStation and Nintendo brothers and sisters. So this is why when I hear people or read people say that Microsoft is destroying their identity, they're destroying their brand, I look at these people and I look at their comments and I'm like, you guys really have no fucking idea of what any of you are talking about. For instance, Sea of Thieves has been out on Xbox for years. Sea of Thieves is not a game that I really play or interact with, but of course I remember when it launched. And they've done several different updates to it, and it's cool that it has a great community. A lot of people enjoy the game. I think for me, if I was playing with a bunch of friends, I would probably, enjoy it. But a game that's been out for as long as Sea of Thieves. In fact, hold on. When did Sea of Thieves come out? Let me see something. When did Sea of Thieves? Sea of Thieves release. Oh, it's a 2018 game. Okay. 2018 game, right? Release date. It came out March 20th of 2018. So Sea of Thieves is an 8-year-old game. And yet and still, it still managed to sell 2.7 million copies on PS5. Like, I think it's important for people to understand that that framing, that you have years, and it ended up generating 2.7 million sales on PlayStation by itself. That is something very significant. That's not that's nothing to like scoff at. You know what I'm saying? That's a big deal. So I think having this particular strategy, this is Microsoft's way of being forward thinking and recognizing that not everybody is looking to go and have multiple consoles, because sometimes, maybe people don't, they ain't got the money for it, or maybe if they did have the money for it, there's just not enough to get them to invest in the hardware, and this kind of goes back in line with whenever I talk about, for instance, like Game Pass Ultimate, right? and people that would bitch and complain for like months on end about a fucking $10 increase. And I'm like, you are aware that Microsoft does not force anybody to stay subscribed to Game Pass Ultimate. And you're also aware that you have 2 other tiers you can actually subscribe to, which did not increase in price. But at the same time, Microsoft increased the amount of games for each of the 3 tiers exponentially. So what that means in a different way is while Game Pass Ultimate was increased to $30, the essential tier and the premium tier remain the same price. Was add more games was added to the service. The cloud functionality has been greatly improved, and multiplayer and the cloud was included as well. Because before, if I'm not mistaken, I think in order to play multiplayer on Xbox, you kind of had to have the ultimate tier, if I'm not mistaken. So the fact that, they've included that, they've improved on it, Microsoft continues to improve on the network experience of Xbox Live, basically. And they've only increased the price of one tier by only $10. And also on that particular tier, they offer the highest performance of cloud. They also allow players to stream their games at 1440p, which is something many people don't even know. And they also have close to, I think, 550 something games. So I'm like, if like, it just doesn't, that outrage just made no sense to me. It made absolutely no sense, because if you are the sort of person, and I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. If you're the type of person that you want to only play Call of Duty, you might only want to play Ninja Gaiden 4, or at the time, Elder Scrolls Remake, or whatever game that's on the Game Pass Ultimate tier. You spend your $30, you have it for a month, and then that should give you enough time to decide whether or not you enjoy the game enough, go out and buy the fucking game. That's all you had to do. Because here's the deal. If you were to have 3 months of Game Pass Ultimate, that's 30 times 3, right? My math isn't the best, but what is that? 30, 60, it's $90 without taxes. For $90, you can buy any base level game on PlayStation or Xbox. Because most games now are $69.99, $76 with tax. So if you're the sort of player on Xbox that continuously stays subscribed to Game Pass Ultimate, spending that $30 each and every month, and the only thing you're doing is playing one fucking game, then you, sir, you, ma'am, has scammed yourself. You know what? I should have that as a fucking YouTube short. I think I will, actually. So that's the only way I could think of it. Now, if you're somebody like me who plays a plethora of fucking games, then the value of Game Pass outweighs the cost. There are a difference between those two terms. If you have a subscription and it's done, it's up to you whether or not you want to continue on with the subscription. It's as simple as that. And the thing that's also very interesting, and I've stated this before, is there are so many great games in the Xbox premium tier right now, the tier that's $15. I'm having to find reasons for me to buy the Ultimate Edition. Now, currently, I do have the Ultimate because now, Asha Sharma decided to reduce the price down to $22.99, which comes out to be $25 with tax, which is basically $5 less than what it was at $30. So, in a way, it's kind of like people you were kind of arguing over $5, if you really want to call it. But I ended up doing it because, I had the money, at the time. But best believe, if money is a little bit tight for me, I'll downgrade to the premium tier. And quite frankly, there is a ton of fucking games there. Like let me tell you this. Currently on Xbox Premium, I think Persona 4 is there. Cyberpunk 2077 is there. Hollow Knight Silk Song, both Kingdom Come Deliverance games is on there. What else? Oh, they just recently put Doom the Dark Ages on there. Elder Scrolls Remaster is there. So there are so many quality fucking games that's a part of the premium membership now that for me, the only game, or there's only a few games on the Ultimate tier that I'm like, okay, I would definitely want this. And that is Ninja Gaiden 4, Marvel Cosmic Invasion, and a couple other games, but it's not many. So the smart thing for me is when I see the game on sale, and if I have the money for it, I'll just buy Ninja Gaiden 4 because I find it worthwhile to do so. Do you know why? Because Team Ninja is not owned by Microsoft. So Ninja Gaiden games can cycle in and out of the service. And I know for me, Ninja Gaiden 4, despite its own controversy, which, I did, well, I don't know if I'll get into it here, but it is a phenomenal action game. So if I own Ninja Gaiden 4, that's one less reason for me to go and subscribe to the Ultimate Edition because there's so many great offerings on the premium tier. This is how you make better choices when it comes to your money with these subscription services. But, a lot of people, they don't think like this. They really don't. And because I had to really look, on my Xbox, I wanted to see what are the games that truly stand out, the ones that's only on Ultimate. What are those games? How many of those games do I really want to play? And then I also have to factor this. Let's just say right now, Marvel Cosmic Invasion, which I think is it's a phenomenal beat 'em up that I really like. That game, from what I understand, is about $29.99. Oh, and of course, Wulong is also there. So now, because I have Ultimate right now, I don't know if Wulong is also on Premium. It might only be on Ultimate, but I'd have to look that up, honestly. In fact, you know what? I can just turn my fucking Xbox on and just look. Let me check that real quick. Because I did download Wulong. And I really enjoy that game. It's really, really good. There's a lot of people in the Xbox comment section that were complaining about the first boss, saying that it was too difficult. And I'm like, look, all you had to do is when you're playing Wulong, build your character, build up some levels. If you play the game, you'll know what I mean, and then fight the boss. But I think what people were doing, they were fighting the boss with a very weakened character, and they kept getting their ass beat. And then instead of grinding, they went and bitched and complained about it. So let me look, because right now I'm looking at let me see something. I have to go to my Xbox store to see the differences with Game Pass, because right now I currently have Ultimate, but I want to see if those games are also on the premium tier, just to see. So let me just check this real quick. Most popular, all games, filter, subscriptions. Let me go to premium. Okay. So let's see. I don't think it's in alphabetical order from what I'm looking at. 80s 2. Let me see. I don't think so. I'm not seeing it, but there's a lot of games to kind of scroll through. But it might not be. Oh, nope, it is. It is. Wulong is a part of premium. So yeah, so if you wanted to play Wulong, you can play it via Ultimate or Premium. So for instance, let's say, hey, oh, Wulong Fallen Destiny, or they brought it back to Game Pass. Well, you don't have to spend the $30 or not the 30, sorry, the 22.99. You could just spend and get the premium edition and play it that way. That's it. So and that's the thing. You can literally you can pull up all of the games that are available on the ultimate tier, and you can see which of those games are also on the premium, and you can make your decision based off of that, because there might be games that you want to play, but they are available at the lower price tier. But if it's something that's only at the ultimate tier, you have to ask yourself another question. The other question is, are you going to play this game now? Because for instance, remember I said, let's just say if you're playing Cyberpunk 2077, if you're busy playing Cyberpunk 2077, then why would you go and pop for an ultimate membership when you're likely not even going to be playing the game that's exclusive to that membership, because you're spending most of your time playing Cyberpunk? People don't think of these things. They don't think of these things. I don't really know much of the Neo series. I'm pretty ignorant to that, but I'd have to do some research into that franchise. But I do know that it's made by Team Ninja. I do know that during the development of Ninja Gaiden 4, that was partly the reason why Team Ninja handed off the development over to Platinum Games. And I do know that it's a pretty successful franchise. You could play as like I think a ninja and a samurai, but beyond that, it wasn't really on my radar because I don't have a PlayStation. And from a content creator standpoint, I haven't really heard that much controversy surrounding it, so it just wasn't something I really looked in that particular direction. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I think they need to understand the difference between cost and value, because something can cost a lot of money, but if you are not, if you're not utilizing it or you don't wish to use it, then it doesn't have much value to you to justify the cost. So for someone like me, if I have the money, having Game Pass Ultimate, it does justify the cost for me in terms of what I get out of it as from a value perspective. But for people who are probably just only playing that one particular game that's on Ultimate, you might as well just go and buy that game and call it a day, you know? That's really what it comes down to. So, that's just what it is. And I just wish that people looked at it from that standpoint, because I think that would make their decision making a little bit easier, a little bit more streamlined, actually. And I think that's the argument that people are going to have to look at when it comes to deciding between buying a PlayStation 6 and an Xbox Helix, because we know that for instance, the upcoming Xbox is going to be a lot of money. We already know it's going to be more than a PS6. So you have to weigh the cost versus the value. The value is that the Xbox is going to be more powerful than the PS6. That one is confirmed. We just don't know exactly how much more powerful. But in addition to that, it's also going to have access to 3 ecosystems of GOG, Steam, and Epic Games Store. Being able to play PC ported games, and probably a couple of other things that I'm not even aware of. So you have to decide if that is worth it for you. If you're like somebody who has no interest in any of that, if you are fine with PlayStation just being, hey, the PS6 is just another standard, very powerful gaming console, and you're fine with that, then the PS6, is more likely it's probably the better choice for you. So that's where I think this upcoming generation is going to be very interesting, because this is the first time we're going to have a console PC hybrid. This is totally new. So the key thing from Microsoft, in my opinion, when it comes to this, is that they have to really ensure that the power difference between them and the PS6 is not only significant, but it also translates into games. So, for instance, if there's a game that's out for both consoles, it must, and I do mean it must, the Xbox version has to be better. In most cases, it has to. Because if it's not, and if it's just like barely like negligible, that's going to be a hard sell when they release that into the market, because it's like, we already know that the PlayStation has a very strong brand. It is the market leader. There's already 80 million people that have a PS5. So if you're trying to convince people to literally abandon Sony to buy your console, and it's more expensive, you have to. If I was part of Microsoft, I would definitely be focusing on that. You have to really separate yourself from that console, because if the power advantage is very minimal, then to somebody buying a console, it's like, well, why should I spend an extra $300 something for this Helix when I can get a PS6 for like $300 to $400 less? That's going to be the argument. Outside of people who are just diehard Sony fans, if you're talking about people that's kind of like sitting on the fence and like whatever, it's going to be a hard sell for people to buy an Xbox Helix if they realize or learn that the performance is not that big of a difference. So Microsoft really, in my opinion, they have to lean into that. They have to ensure that not only is the console more powerful on paper, which it is according to current leaks, but it also has to translate in real time with games. Because what we see here, which is kind of ridiculous, is that the Series X is a more powerful console than the PS5. It is. However, there are many games that are on both platforms where either the game difference is non-existent, or in some cases, it's even better on a PS5 than the Series X. So that kind of, you know, if you're trying to position your console as the most powerful console, it kind of makes it, the marketing doesn't line up with the reality. So I hope that those people at Microsoft, they are fucking making sure that they have not only the most powerful console on paper, but they're doing whatever they can do to ensure that their console is not overtly complicated to create games on. Because some of you may not even, some of you might be too young to even know this, but a long time ago, in a game industry far, far away, there existed a PlayStation 1 and a Sega Saturn. And let's just say that the Sega Saturn was pretty much more powerful than the PlayStation 1. The problem is that the PlayStation 1 was far easier to develop on. That's just what it was. To develop on the Sega Saturn, I'm gonna really go back on this. This tells you how old I am. The Sega Saturn had not one, but three 32-bit RISC processors, I believe, whereas the PlayStation 1 only had one. So basically, the development for game developers to create a game on the Sega Saturn was much more convoluted, which was much more difficult to fully take advantage of the additional power that the Sega Saturn had, as opposed to the more simpler PS1. That's what ended up happening. And also, Sega also made the bad decision of keeping a lot of their best games in Japan. A lot of their best games never came over into America. So that was another issue that Sega had at the time. You know, and then on top of it, the Sega Saturn also had a port to add RAM to the Sega Saturn. So for games like Street Fighter and Darkstalkers, if you had this additional RAM cartridge, it would actually make the game run significantly better. So, because a friend of mine, you know, I miss him to this day. I mean, I think he's in Florida. He was one of my best friends growing up. He was the Sega guy. He had everything Sega. So I would always go to his house down the block across the avenue. And, you know, because when you look at Darkstalkers for PlayStation versus Darkstalkers for Sega Saturn, that shit was day and night. That was a day and night difference. So you know, and a lot of other games, like maybe even Street Fighter Alpha, whatever, you know, I can remember playing on the PlayStation, for instance. If I can kind of do a little mock demonstration, Gen, for people who know Gen, for instance, Gen, he stands in Mantis style, right? At least so what he was doing with his hands, he was doing this on PlayStation 1, right? He's going up and down. Sega Saturn basically had more animation. I think it had faster load times. Like, it was the overall better console, but it had no bearing because that power was not easily realized by other game developers. So those developers were able to make more games on PlayStation 1. And while they were not at the same quality, they were able to get their games out faster. And so that's why power isn't everything when it comes to consoles. However, if you do have power and you make it accessible to where they can use it, that's when it becomes something that's meaningful. So if Microsoft does not make the mistake of having their console be too difficult to program for, I do think that this 10th generation, maybe maker willing, if I'm still here, come maybe 2029 or 2030, and if I'm still doing this YouTube thing at that point, or maybe maybe I finally have 100,000 fucking sub channel by then, who knows? But if that happens, I'll look back on this and be like, yep, seems like I was right. Maybe. We'll see. Time will tell. I'll probably have a lot more gray in my beard at that point, though. Probably. But yeah. I think like for me, I think it's going to be very interesting to see how this whole thing pans out. I don't really care about console wars. I mean, those that era died a long time ago for me. When I grew up with PlayStation, not Nintendo and Genesis, that's when the fucking console wars was really like on like over 9,000, And then you'd have had something with the Xbox 360 and the PS4, PS3. But after that, it just was like whatever. Microsoft was just like, look, we're pivoting. We're going a different direction. We're here to make money. We don't give a fuck. If you're on PlayStation, you want to play our games, here, hold that. Here's our game. Thank you for your 70%. That's how Microsoft is looking at it. But for some reason, a lot of the fanboys, they just they just can't get it. They can't get this through their skull. Like they're wanting an era that has already ended. So it's funny when I read it's hilarious to me when I read a lot of these fools on Twitter. It's just like, oh, like why is Microsoft putting their games on PlayStation? Why is Gears not coming? But you have other, like, there's so many things going on behind the scenes that so many people are oblivious to. And instead of trying to educate themselves, instead of trying to put the time and effort to understand why this is, they take a random article, which, to be fair, maybe the article can be good. Maybe the article had good information. But when they post the article, they tend to also add their own critique and their own laughable opinion on it. And due to their lack of understanding of business, due to their lack of understanding of this industry, they oftentimes misinterpret or do not comprehend the very article they posted. So it's like it's I gotta laugh at it sometimes. It's fucking hilarious. It really is. People are saying, "Oh, well, they still don't understand, the whole decision of Asha Sharma withdrawing the Gears of War." And, you know, and I'll just touch on it again. There's many people on the Xbox side, and I've seen and heard them, they wanted a return back to exclusives. Now, could that fully be realized? Yes. Is that something that's going to happen right now? No. Why? Because of that article I showed where Microsoft has earned $650 million in revenue over the span of only 2 years. In 2 years, you've gained $650 million by simply porting a few of your games onto the competitor. And you think Microsoft wants to abandon that strategy just so that you can have your little exclusives? it's like when I frame it that way, if you know what I know, or even if you're somebody that is even way beyond what I know, you have to laugh at it. It's like, why in the fuck am I going to now make games exclusive because you bitched and complained about it? Why am I going to do that when in the last 2 years, doing the very thing you can't stand has given me $650 million in revenue? Are you fucking serious? This shit is... Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, this Celsius is hitting hard right now. I'm sad I'm on my last one though. I try not to have more than 4 a day. I try because it's not, it's not health-wise the mini fitness nutrition message here. Each of these cans is 200 milligrams of caffeine. And caffeine, if you are sensitive to it, it is not good to have too much in your system. Caffeine has about a half-life of about 6 hours. So the FDA recommends not going over 400 milligrams per day. So by me having 800 milligrams of caffeine, but not everybody is built the same. So that's like some people can't have 1 cup of coffee, but some people can have like 7. So it depends on the person. But for me personally, I'm not willing to test the theory of having or going past 4 cans in a 24-hour period. So that's my little disclaimer there. So anyway, I will be going to get my 2 raisin bagels toasted with cream cheese. I will be getting that pretty soon. I will be doing that. But yeah, I have said repeatedly. I guess I could take this damn. My fucking head is fucking roasting. I have said many times that Microsoft is playing chess and Sony is playing checkers. You know. And anything that is you can drink too much water. If you drink too much water, especially when you get to a point where your urine is basically white, like it's clear, like when you when you go to the bathroom and you take a leak and your urine looks like water, it's not the best thing. Because a lot of times what ends up happening, you end up pissing out a lot of electrolytes that you need. So it's not good to drink too much water because, well, that's what ends up happening. If you're going to do that, you're better off adding some Himalayan sea salt, or better yet, Celtic sea salt, so to speak. And so that's kind of like that's one of the things to do. And also probably supplement with magnesium as well, because you will lose a lot of electrolytes if you're drinking excess amounts of water, because then your kidneys are starting to flush out not only toxins, which is great, but if you're going overboard with the water consumption, you're also going to be excreting other minerals that your body does need. So it ends up becoming something negative that is originally a positive. So yeah, so drinking too much water is not good either. That's what they say. Too much of anything is not a good thing. So that's kind of like what that's really what the science is. So if you are, for instance, if you go to the bathroom and you take a leak and your shit is like fucking dark brown golden type shit, then you are basically dehydrated. So you want your urine to be like a very light color yellow, ideally. That's kind of like the range you want to be in. And then a lot of times, I don't even know why I'm even speaking about this, but I guess I'm putting on my fucking personal trainer hat for a moment. For the so there, a lot of times, doctors will look to the how color, like what color shade your urine is, to ascertain how much you are dehydrated or how much you're drinking too much water. So and then so if you are dehydrated, that can come up like as if you are, like, the signs of dehydration kind of creep up on you and you might interpret it as something else. You know, you might be hungry, but you're really dehydrated. So the signals that's sent to your brain can be a little bit different, a little off. So it's ideal to ensure that you have adequate water, but not too much. Like for instance, with me, I definitely need to, this is why I got my little jug of water next to me, because caffeine is a diuretic. Caffeine will drain your body of water. That's what people do, especially fighters and wrestlers is trying to make weight for competition. They will literally they'll water fast, and then they'll drink jugs of water excessively to try to piss out excess water, because the more water you have in your body, the more likely your body is willing to release excess water weight. But once it gets to an extreme amount, that's when your body starts to get dehydrated. Now, if you're drinking just caffeinated beverages or things that have caffeine, or should I say things like cranberry juice, which is also a diuretic, that can also affect your water levels within your body. So it depends. There's a lot that gets into that, but that's like a whole different world. Whole different world. So look at that. Not only you guys getting great video game information, you're also talking to a certified personal trainer as well. Look at that. Ain't that some shit? I'm just covering all the bases, aren't I? So when I started the channel, for anybody kind of curious, I started this channel in 2024. And so I have been in fitness since I've been, I think, forever. Honestly, I've been working out all my life, but I think my first gym membership was at 16. And then I started training people in boxing and also in personal fitness toward my late 20s, I would say, into my mid 30s. And then I decided, you know what, let me go and get my personal training license, because I never really thought about it. And I was like, all right, fuck it. You got so many different fly by night companies out there. So I decided to go with NASM, which is the National Academy of Sports Medicine. So I went with them, took the little test or whatever, got certified. To me, it's just a piece of paper. I can tell you right now, most of the shit that was on that exam was a waste of fucking time. I felt like I was studying for like absolutely no reason. Most of the shit that was on there was just, I was beginning to think that I was like, am I training to be a nurse? Like, they wanted you to know all of this stuff with the and not, it's not that it was bad information, but it's like if I'm working with someone, a client is not going to come to me and ask me a whole bunch of fucking medical based blood heart type shit. It has its place, but I believe that for that particular exam, they focus too much on that. And once we finally got to the chapter where it's talking about actual working out and training and proprioception and basically like, different, balancing and doing different assessments to see where a client is in terms of like, their range of motion and things of that nature. It was a very small section. I was like, what the fuck is this? So like anything, these people, they're trying to get paid, so when you go and get certified, obviously you got to spend hundreds of dollars for this shit. And best believe, every like I think every 2 years or something like that, every 3 years, you have to get recertified. And I was like, whatever, man. Like at the end of the day, for me, I took their tests, I passed their tests with flying colors. I've been doing this fitness shit for like decades. If people want to gain weight, lose weight, rehabilitate, gain muscle, I do it all. So, you know, and another thing that I've learned is that just because somebody knows something doesn't mean that they're great or good at teaching it. And that's just something that I've learned from listening to some of my past clients where they would tell me experiences that they had with personal trainers in the past. And they were like, they didn't feel like they were being catered to. They felt like it was kind of like they were giving them like a cookie cutter, one size fit all type of regimen. And I was like, yeah, if unless you're doing classes, that's a little bit different. But if you're working with someone more so like on a one-on-one basis, you really have to do some assessments to see where that particular person is. You have to see, one, what their range of motion is. This is why the squat assessment is very key, squatting with your hands overhead to see if there's any knee valgus or if there's any buckling of the knees. There's a lot of things involved with that. But yeah, that I could go on and on and on and on. But yeah. But that's, there's a lot. There's a lot. Yeah, it depends on, a person's goal. Some people they really want the muscles, they want that, and that's fine, if you want to go that direction. And then also based on your body type, because you have like ectomorph, mesomorph, endomorph, you have different body types. So depending on the body type that you have more of an affinity or proclivity to have a particular build. So typically an endomorphic body type is more soft body, big body type people. They gain muscle pretty quickly, but they have a lot of excess body fat that's covering the muscle. So for them to get striations or cuts, if you will, it's very difficult because they have to really dial in on their diet. Somebody that's more ectomorphic, somebody like myself, I'm more ectomorph, more slim. My particular muscle bellies on my body are more visible than somebody else. But gaining muscle can be a little bit difficult because we have a very fast metabolism. So it may require us to work a little bit more harder to gain more muscle. But the benefit is that we stand, it's easier for us to lose weight. Somebody that's more of an endomorphic body type, it's kind of like the opposite. And then somebody that's more balanced, which is more of a mesomorph, somebody that's more like kind of like in between. It's like a balanced person. My best shape was like, man, that was when I was what, 2023. I was in my best shape of my life. Best shape of my life. 100%. It was definitely uh, you know, I was looking pretty godlike. But at the same time, it was something that very unlikely for me to maintain, because it took a lot of discipline, and it was just something that was very, very you know I don't even know if I can I even let me see, can I show that? I'm wondering if I can, if that's possible. Let me see, is it? Okay, yeah, I think so. Yeah, so yeah, I have a few of those photos there. um yeah, even though the close up is kind of, it's not going through, but yeah, but yeah, like for me to get to my best shape was, I used the sauna. I had to pretty much, I dehydrated myself. I was dialed in. It was like me being like training for a fight or a amateur bodybuilder competition. Like I was, I was just otherworldly. I will toot my own horn on that front. Definitely very proud. 100%. Very, very proud. Um, let me see. Like, let me see. Is this showing? Wait, no, this ain't showing. It's no, it's not this. It was wait, it wasn't this. It was there we go. So that's me. So yeah. That was basically me running. So at the time I was like 209. So I'm a little bit, I'm a little bit out of shape now, but well, I'm not completely out of shape, but right now I'm like about 230 right now. So I'm definitely about 20 pounds away from like my ideal. 100%. And but yeah, let's see. I show this one. So right here, if this is even showing, this right here, this was my absolute peak. This was 2023. And is the other one in there? Let me see. I think it was only this one I had. Or was it? Yeah, I think that was it. Because I had others that let me see. This was like will this even play? Or no? Oh, I don't think it plays. Not that one. I don't even remember how much weight I was using right here. But this right here is like one of my favorite machines right here. I absolutely love this one. And because for me, being 6'5" was like, my legs is like, because a lot of times you see a lot of people, they have a crazy upper body, but their legs are shit. So I definitely didn't want to go that route. So my legs are pretty good. And then of course here I'm like, you know, doing my little fucking 225 here, whatever, which is no big deal because I stopped focusing on, you know, like heavy weights and shit like that. And at that time, as you can see, this is during the pandemic era, whatever. And the beauty of when you work out, when you build muscle, what ends up happening is even though you may um like, I kind of wish this one would play, but for whatever reason this doesn't play. Let me see. I'm kind of like looking at other shit. Oh, yeah, so this one, I absolutely love this one. So this is where I was able to go frontward, and I wanted to kind of focus on my quads. And so when you're doing front squats, if you look at my legs, you can see the quad activation right there. Because one, I was never good at doing front squats with a barbell. I don't have the flexibility in my wrists. So when I looked at this machine, I got to the gym one day and I was like, oh shit, you know, it looked kind of awkward, but the pump I felt in my quads was absolutely amazing. And I was able to go super heavy on this as well. You know what I'm saying? So that was like, I fucking love that shit. That was like my favorite thing. The biggest leg press I did was over 1,000 pounds. I did about 1,100, close to close to 1,100 pounds. Yeah, close to 1,100 pounds. I don't think I have that. I think this was the hack squat right here. He's like, add some video volume here. Can I? 154 pounds. If you notice, I had my foot placement low. This was kind of fun. Now this is during the pandemic era, but I love this shit because I loved how this was like really this was really activating my legs. Don't ask me how the fuck I got on this fitness shit on this stream. It just happened. It's raw. It's live. Fuck it. So we in there. Shit. This is one of my passions, man. Fitness and gaming. Yeah, I was fucking beasting out on this shit. Oh, you 6.5? That's what's up. Yeah, when you're my height, it becomes very difficult.
One more. All right. Damn, you got it, man. That's what you gotta do.
Yeah, it becomes very difficult when the taller you are, because you know, you have to go that much further down to do certain exercises and whatnot. So it's definitely not, it's not easy. I can tell you that much. Let me see. What else was I doing? I was doing all sorts of shit here. Let's see. Oh, I absolutely love this photo, by the way. Anybody that knows boxing, that's Zab Judah's father right there. So that was a great photo. I'm glad I was able to meet him. So that was cool. But I would definitely say this right here, like this was like the pinnacle right here. This was just one of the, and I'm glad that I was able to take these photos because you know, the Crunch don't like you taking off your shirt in their gym, but I managed to find a little spot to myself. And yeah, so this was definitely this is like my best ever physique. And I think here I was kind of similar at this point. I had just came out the sauna, and you know, this is just me being relaxed. So that's pretty cool. I said here I'm 213 point, yeah, 200. I even said it right here. ran 3 miles. Yeah, start out 213, 3 20-minute sauna sessions, 15 rounds of jump rope, ended at 207. So I was 207.6 pounds here. So the minute I ate, the minute I rehydrated, that was it for me. Now, this is an older video. This was like in the early 20. Now, I'm bigger here. So at this point, I am doing this is a 100-pound dumbbell with a 60-pound weighted vest. Or no, wait. I said it right here. Yeah. The weighted vest is 30 pounds, and I had a 70-pound dumbbell. So this is 100-pound dips right here. So at that point, I just wanted to try this out and just kind of see, where I was at. And so yeah, this is a good times. Oh man, this shit was grueling. If I were to try this shit right now at this point, I won't do it, but I can get back up to it. It's just a matter of like, do I really want to? But this is like, what I focused on. You know what I'm saying? So I just kind of was just warming up, moving around. This is how we do. Yeah. Taking a trip down memory lane. Oh boy. That was fun. But boy, you know what? Let me do one more thing. So my little leg press. Oh, let's see. Blood red leg press. It should be here. Let me see. Where was it? Oh, all right. Let me see. 1,000 pounds. I should have saved it, but because I know my videos like bumped all the way to like the fucking let me see. I wonder if it might be under my older channel. Let me see. Let me see. Let's see. Well, okay, there's a deadlift. That's really no big deal. But I was much bigger then. But I'm like, where the hell is that? Was it Bloody Bison? No. I really don't remember where. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know where it was. Damn. I think because I didn't properly tag it, so it kind of got stuffed like way down in like amongst everybody else's shit, and it was like several years ago. So I don't know what other, maybe Tekken. I don't know. Maybe add Tekken to it. Maybe that's what it is. I don't see why that would matter, but I don't know. I should have kept it because I don't remember. And the thing is, yeah, I don't remember. Blood Red EMP, leg press, machine maybe. Damn, that definitely sucks, man. This is what happens when you don't properly tag your video. But at the time when I did it, I literally, I wasn't really focusing on YouTube at that point. I mean, I would make videos, but I wasn't really like focusing on them. So I don't like, the only thing I remember was, you know, I don't think I added anything. Maybe I did 1,100 pounds. I don't know. Or maybe, let me see. Yeah, I really don't know. And the thing is, I don't even think I have it on any of my channels because I don't really know. I mean, shit, now I'm actually trying to find it because I'm like, fuck, man. Where's my shit? Damn. Trying to think of like other terms that might pop it up. Maybe I'll take this off. It's like I'm getting everything else but what I'm looking for. Yeah, this shit sucks. And I thought that I would have had it, you know, I thought I would have had it on my actual channel, but I guess not. Even when I look at my older channel here, I have a bunch of like old videos of Tekken and, you know, me playing Tekken and whatever. That suck-ass game from like once upon a time ago. Back when I actually gave a shit about Tekken. Now it's like, whatever. Let me see. But, I don't know. Oh, here it is. Finally.
No.
There we go.
Everybody, this is Blood Red coming from Retro Fitness. Pretty much, I'm just doing legs today. Right now, this right here is about 1,108 pounds, 22 plates, 45 pounds each. So we'll do a few reps and see how I do.
All right.
This is heavy as shit. Wow, not bad. Well, my goal is to try to at least
yeah, back when I was a younger man.
Should be about 1198. But,
Back when things in my life were much better.
that's just a little sample of what I can do so far. Anyway, take care.
Yeah. So I'm surprised I wasn't able to find this. I'm gonna definitely save this. So I can come back to it. But yeah, that was once upon a time ago. You know what? For shits and giggles, I actually do enjoy this little Dead or Alive match I had, even though I lost. But I enjoy this. Just since I'm here. Since I'm fucking here.
We fight.
And I am Christy, of course, because I love snake style. I remember when I played this guy, I was like, man, this guy is a fucking pro. I was just glad I even got a round off of this guy. I didn't know what the fuck that was. When he hit me, I was like, what the fuck is this? I didn't know what the fuck that aerial shit was. Oh man, but I enjoyed this game so much more than Tekken. I really did. I really enjoyed this game. It was like, it just felt, I felt like it just felt like it was just more combat. I don't know why. I just felt like it just wasn't Tekken. I was like, fuck that damn game. So I'm actually glad I managed to get a round off of that guy. But yeah, at that time, this was years ago, but yeah, I was like, man, that shit was great. I had fun. But yeah, good old Tekken. Good old Tekken. Those days are over now. Those days are over now. I can't stand that fucking game. Well, I don't know what else I can say about the industry stuff. I think I've covered that shit until like I'm like blue in the face. Yeah, so yeah, you know, I think I've made my point clear. I mean, I'm sure there'll be other things. I think the minute I go to fucking Twitter, I'm just gonna be annoyed about something, and then I'm just like, oh, I'm gonna fucking go live. I think the frustration I've had at the start of this stream has kind of subsided. But I'm pretty sure if I were to go and look at the news right now, there's probably gonna be something on there that's gonna annoy the fuck out of me. But I'll probably save that for another day. But yeah, I'm chilling. I'll probably whip something up to eat. I'll probably play some games. maybe I'll do that now. I'll make something to eat, and I'll probably. I know I said this last time, but it's still kind of early. It's like 8:30, so it's not like it's fucking 12:30. So I can probably come back, start a different stream, and just play some fucking games, mash some buttons. So I'll probably do that. So I definitely appreciate the people that were here to hear me yap about industry stuff. Hopefully, some of you learned something. But if not, hey, it is what it is. But yeah, to reiterate, Gears, God of War, Faye, that shit should have been a fucking that should be a DLC. But I do believe they're trying to replace Kratos. That's I really do believe that, and this is just their way of trying to sneakily kind of get it under the radar. And I don't know, maybe I will fuck a Virtua Fighter. I mean, there's no reason for me not to. So maybe I'll do that. I mean, it's not like I am definitely not like this superior, amazing player in Virtua Fighter. Like I'm decent. You know what I'm saying? So don't be expecting like fucking elite level play. You know what I'm saying? But I do think, you know, messing around with some VF wouldn't hurt, or at least kind of like show my philosophy with training, because I was kind of looking at different characters and just kind of in the lab and whatever. Because my original mains were like Go and Kage. Yeah, Go, Kage, and Brad. But out of them, Go was like my main. And right now I've been using more Lion or Leon. I've been using that. Thing is, I'm not interested in learning from anybody really, because it's just like people are like, oh, do this, do that. I'm like that sort of thing. It takes time. It takes time to build up the muscle memory for that. And also I prefer to figure things out on my own. And that's what I did with Tekken. And so that's why you know, a lot of things that I came up with Tekken was things I developed for myself with Lei, and I ended up passing that on over the years. Uh, you know, there's too many people that like they're literally just X-copying what other people see, and they just like, oh, you know, like I don't do that. That's the reason why I don't really like to look at other people's stuff to try to figure shit out. Like I trust in myself to figure it out. If I don't figure it out, then that's fine, you know? Um, I may watch some tournament videos and then I'll be like, oh, okay, well, I didn't know that. But I'm not looking for like lab sessions to try to figure out, oh, how this character is. That's never been me. Uh Never been me. I figure this shit on my own. And so far, some of the things I found out with Lion on my own, just looking at the frame data, looking at what the move is, how the move, whether it's normal, whether it's on counter hit, I put it all together, and that's basically, and it's fun. Like I like having that sense of discovery. You know, having somebody tell me, "Oh, this can do that." That's like for me, that's like I'm trying to play a role playing game, and somebody tells me, "Oh, well, this is what happens next." Like I want to figure it out for myself, and when I do find something that's pretty cool, I feel a lot better because I figured it out for me. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of I think the only time where something like that mattered was when I was competing. When I was competing, that's where you really want to know certain things about other characters, because what you don't know can send you to losers bracket. But, you know, I'm not competing anymore. So it's like it doesn't really matter to me who has what I know, what I don't know. That's irrelevant to me. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm going to go and, you know, oh, I'm gonna go to this tournament, you know, then that's different. I would like to know, okay, what are other players doing with these characters that I should know. But if I'm not going that route, then to me it's whatever. I'll end up figuring it out anyway, because if I'm going up against somebody that does a particular something and they're running it, I'll lab it and then I'll figure it out that way. But you know, I was never one to really be like, ooh, I need to know this, or I don't really care about all that. And I think the time that I did play VF one time, I was in the lab. I was kind of showing what I learned. I think I think I had some people in the chat were kind of shouting out different things here and there, and I was kind of ignoring it. I wasn't really looking at it, you know, at that time, because you know that's not really. I like the sense of discovery. You know what I'm saying? And it kind of is like if you're a backseat gamer, like, oh, do this, do that. This goes in it. Like, so, all right. So is it my experience or is it your experience? Like, so I'm not really a fan of that, to be honest. Not really a fan. But there are characters in VF that I never got a chance to try because I played the original Virtua Fighter 5. So I never played the Final Showdown. I didn't play, I think there was another one that came out. So when I went to go use Go, I was like, wow, he's like really different now, you know? So there were a couple, you know, obviously you got new character, like the karate character, Jean, like he's different. And I learned a few things about that character that I was like, wow, you know, he's like a better Jin, you know? And Brad, you know, he has new ways to go into his weaves and his sways, and you know, just such a seamless character. And then and that's why I kind of started to say a character like basically every character in Tekken that is like similar to like a Virtua Fighter character, the VF character is superior. Like if I look at Kage in Virtua Fighter and you look at Raven in Tekken, it's like, yo, it's like it's not even a competition. Kage absolutely fucking destroys Raven. And every character that I see, like even like if I look at Brad Burns to Steve Fox, and I'm like, bro, Brad Burns, it is that Steve Fox shit is trash compared to what Brad Burns has. Like, I mean, we're talking about what do the young kids say? The sauce? The sauce that fucking Brad Burns can put on you and just kind of sway, pop, 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 back, pull, pow, pow, like sweet sway. Like that shit is fucking godlike. Like that shit is ridiculous. And then I see that he has like new moves now in Revo, and I had to kind of like add. I was like, okay, he can do this now, he can do that now. I was like, bro, this is not even a competition. So all I need Sega to do at this point is give me a fucking male like Jackie Chan type character that focuses on the snake fist style. You know, give me a character to do fucking snake stance, and I'm fucking good. I am good. Then I can completely leave Lei Wulong in the annals of Tekken history and go on, because Shundi has the drunken master shit. You got Lei Fei that's doing the Shaolin monk type shit. You got that chick Eileen that's doing the monkey type shit. You know what I'm saying? So it would be pretty cool if they were to have a snake fist practitioner in Virtua Fighter, because I have that in Dead or Alive in the character Christy in Dead or Alive, and she does, you know, her. Well, really, like, I think hers is very well done because unlike Lei has several different stances. Christy focuses on the snake fist style. So I personally would love, even though it probably won't happen, but I would love for them to add a Snake Fist martial art character, you know, in Virtua Fighter, but they probably not. They're probably gonna go maybe with some other style. But that's what I would like to see. Because you know, I would have used Lei Fei, because people would say, you know, back in the day, like, why don't you use Lei Fei? Because you use Lei in Tekken. But I gotta admit, the reason why I did not use Lei Fei is because during Virtua Fighter 4 Evo, which was, you know, I think that's when he was in, and I think even in early Virtua Fighter 5, there were so many people that were complaining about Lei Fei and how he was broken and he's busted, he's a carry character. I heard this almost everywhere. So I was like, I kind of don't want to play a character that everybody is saying is fucking bullshit. So I was like, all right, fuck it. Let me try somebody else. And that's actually the reason why I didn't get into Lei Fei. I'll be honest. That is the main reason. As stupid as that sounds, I didn't, because I don't want to ever feel like people are just gonna say, "Oh, you're just winning because this character is broken." Like I didn't want to go that route. So, but that's actually the main reason why I stuck with Lei and Tekken. At any point in time, I could have just picked Steve Fox and called it a day, and fucking just ran through people. But I stuck with Lei because I wanted that feeling of knowing that I'm using a character that uh you know, you can't just go to the character select screen, pick the character, mash some buttons and get good. Like, you can't do that. So that was more my pride. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's just it. You know, Lei Fei, quite frankly, yeah, he's definitely a busted character. I've seen too many people mention this. I've seen too many videos. I've seen too many tournaments. Yeah, that character has some crazy shit. So, yeah. So I understand that people may want to think otherwise. What I've seen with my own eyes, you know, hey, you know, it's, my own eyes don't deceive me. Let's just put it that way. There were more Lei Feis I've seen win Virtua Fighter tournaments and be top 3 than I've ever seen Lei Wulong in Tekken tournament, Tekken tag, Tekken based games in tournament. I've rarely ever seen Lei Wulong do much of anything on the competitive scene when compared to Lei Fei in Virtua Fighter. That is a fucking complete fact. That is a complete fact, because I have seen the Virtua Fighter tournaments back then, and yeah, quite frankly, Lei Fei was among those characters that were dominant. So, you know, so no offense to you Lei Fei users, but the data and the tournament rankings don't lie. So yeah. So maybe some of you, probably are not good enough with Lei Fei to understand how busted the character was. But quite frankly, Lei Fei as a character was very, very, like, the character had very few weaknesses. And thank God, in some cases, he could not block in his stances. And it didn't really matter, given the fact that he had like a bajillion and one sabakis. He could fucking attack reversal you in his stances that led to fucking obscene amounts of damage. Like, my shit character Lei in Tekken is a fucking joke by comparison. So yeah. So that was the main reason why I didn't get into using Lei Fei. But maybe, you know what? Maybe when I get something to eat, which will probably take me a good 20 minutes, maybe I'll get back online and I'll go and play some Virtua Fighter and give some people some examples of how ridiculous the character Lei Fei is, even with my limited knowledge. But when you look at just even his basics, it's just it's fucking crazy. Not to say he's a brain dead character, there's a difference, but he is a very fucking strong character that was dominant in the competitive scene. That is, anybody that wants to say otherwise obviously does not understand the character enough. Between him, Shun-Di, Akira, another dominant character, Akira has always had a very high execution ceiling. You cannot just pick up Akira and do that Akira type shit. You can pick up Lei Fei and kind of go through the motions to a degree, but it becomes more difficult when you do come across somebody that understands the matchup. That's where you have to kind of think outside the box with Lei Fei. But if you're going to pick up Lei Fei from scratch and then pick up Akira from scratch, it becomes abundantly clear that Lei Fei is the easier of the two if you're looking at them from scratch. In order to really get very exceptionally good with Akira, that he has much more of a higher execution ceiling. Anybody that really knows Virtua Fighter, and I mean knows, I'm not talking about you play every now and then online and you're a casual motherfucker. I'm talking about you travel and you go to tournaments. You are an established champion in that franchise. Everybody knows that Akira as a character, while he is very damaging, he does obscene damage, he has a lot of execution. Like, you just can't just pick him up and just go off with the character. It doesn't work that way. So yeah. Dan, I think that's the most I've ever talked about Virtua Fighter in a while. But yeah, so I think did I just keep this shit as it is? Let me see. Is anybody even in here outside of a few? So I guess what I'll do is because the thing is, if I do this, well, I guess I can keep the stream thing the same. Because then it'd be like I have to change the fucking thumbnail and also the bullshit. But I don't know. Because imagine I just start playing Virtua Fighter and then you got some person that happens to stumble on this stream, be like, oh, well, I'm here to listen you talk about the game industry. I'm like, bro, you're like 5 hours late. So I've already did that shit like 5 hours ago. So that's why I'm like, shit, maybe I should just make a different stream and just do that. You know, so yeah. So you know what I'll do? I think that's a smart move. I'm gonna end this shit. Then I'm gonna make an appropriate thumbnail and just do that. So I would say just give me like no later than an hour, maybe 30 minutes, and I think that's what I'll do. So yeah, if you guys are subscribed when I go live, you'll know it anyway. So yeah. So that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. So anyway, I'm gonna get some food and I'll be